Have you ever wondered what it would be like to be truly alone? I mean, completely isolated. Miles from the nearest road. With nothing but a radio connecting you to the outside world. For the handful of people who work as fire lookouts, that solitude is their reality. Perched high above the wilderness in a glass-walled room, their job is simple: watch for smoke. They spend weeks, sometimes months, with only the wind and the endless expanse of trees for company. It's a peaceful job, most of the time. But when the sun goes down and the shadows grow long, the forest can feel like a very different place. The wind whispers strange things, and your mind can start to play tricks on you. Or maybe it's not a trick. Tonight, we're delving into some of the most unsettling experiences reported by those who have watched over our wildest places. These are the stories you don't find in the official logbooks. So, stoke your campfire, get comfortable, and listen close. You're about to find out what it's like to be a fire lookout when something goes bump in the night. Our first story takes us deep into the mountains of Oregon. My name is Isaac Thorne. It's a name that feels solid, dependable, rooted in the tangible world. I've always believed in the tangible, in the elegant and unyielding laws that govern our universe. As a fourth-year physics undergraduate at Reed College, my world was one of equations, theories, and empirical evidence. I found comfort in the predictability of things, in the knowledge that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Gravity pulls things down. Time moves forward relentlessly and linearly. These were not just concepts to me. They were the bedrock of my reality. So, when the opportunity arose to spend a summer as a fire lookout at the Drake's Peak Tower in the heart of Oregon's sprawling forests, I saw it as the perfect fusion of my needs. I needed solitude to prepare for my graduate school entrance exams, a place free from the distractions of city life. The U.S. Forest Service was offering a stipend, a tower to live in, and little more than the wind and trees for company. It was an academic retreat, a chance to immerse myself in quantum mechanics and general relativity, surrounded by the quiet majesty of nature. The recruiter, a man with a weathered face and a perpetually tired smile, had slid the contract across the table. "It's quiet up there, son," he'd said. "Real quiet." That was all I needed to hear. The journey to the tower was an ordeal in itself. After a 2-hour drive from Portland, the paved roads gave way to gravel, which in turn dissolved into a rugged, deeply rutted dirt track that clawed its way up the mountainside. My beat-up 1998 Subaru groaned in protest, its suspension tested to its limits. The final leg of the journey was a 3-mile hike, my pack laden with textbooks, canned food, and a healthy dose of academic ambition. When I finally saw it, cresting the last hill, the tower was a stark, beautiful silhouette against the vast, blue sky. A single skeletal structure of steel and wood, capped with a glass-walled room, standing defiant against the wilderness. It was perfect. The first week was idyllic, a blissful confirmation of my decision. I settled into a routine. Mornings were for scanning the horizon, my eyes sweeping across the endless sea of green, watching for the faintest wisp of smoke. Afternoons were for my books, the complex dance of particles and waves laid bare on the pages before me. The silence was absolute, broken only by the cry of a hawk or the rustling of some unseen creature in the undergrowth below. I felt a profound sense of peace, a connection to the fundamental forces I was studying. It was during that first week while unpacking a crate of old supplies, left by previous lookouts, that I found the maps. They were old, brittle with age, the paper yellowed and smelling of dust and pine. One map, in particular, caught my eye. It was a hand-drawn survey from the early 20th century. The area around Drake's Peak was circled in faded red ink. Scrawled in the margin, in a spidery, almost frantic script, were the words, "The Forbidden Ground." I chuckled, dismissing it as the romantic flourish of a lonely cartographer. It was the kind of thing you'd find in a fantasy novel, not on an official survey. The first crack in my well-ordered world appeared on the 8th day. It was a small thing, almost trivial. I was calibrating my equipment, a habit ingrained from years in the physics lab. I pulled out my high-quality orienteering compass, a gift from my father. I placed it on the central table, the Osborne Firefinder, expecting the needle to settle decisively towards magnetic north. Instead, it quivered, then began to spin, slowly at first, then with increasing speed, a frantic, useless dance. I tapped the glass, assuming it was stuck. The spinning only intensified. I took it outside onto the catwalk that encircled the cabin. The needle whirled like a dervish. I tried to rationalize it. A large localized iron deposit directly beneath the tower. Possible, but highly improbable to have such a powerful and erratic effect. I put the compass away, a sliver of unease lodging itself in my mind. The unease grew a few days later. I was cleaning up after lunch and accidentally knocked a metal fork off the edge of the catwalk. I leaned over to watch it fall, a simple demonstration of Newtonian physics. But it didn't fall, not at first. For a breathtaking, impossible second, the fork shot upwards, maybe a foot or two, hanging in the air as if caught by an invisible string, before gravity abruptly reasserted itself and the utensil plummeted into the trees below. I stared, my heart hammering against my ribs. I blinked, convinced I had imagined it. My mind, the logical, scientific mind I trusted above all else, scrambled for an explanation. A sudden updraft, a trick of the light. I tried to replicate it, dropping a spoon, then a small rock, then a pencil. Each one fell as it should, obeying the laws I held sacred. But the image of the levitating fork was burned into my memory, a piece of data that refused to fit any known equation. But the compass and the fork were mere parlor tricks, compared to the time slips. The first time it happened, I was deep into a chapter on special relativity. The afternoon sun was streaming through the west, facing window, casting long shadows across my desk. I remember looking at my watch 3:15 p.m. I read a single dense paragraph, tracing the mathematics with my finger. When I looked up, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The light outside was gone, replaced by the deep, bruised purple of late twilight. The shadows in the room were gone, swallowed by an encroaching darkness. I snatched my wrist up to my face. My watch read 8:47 p.m. Over 5 hours had vanished in the time it took to read a paragraph. My blood ran cold. I checked my phone. It confirmed the time. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced the bubble of my solitude. I had not dozed off. I was sitting upright, my book still open, my mind alert. The time had simply evaporated. It happened again and again with increasing frequency. A few minutes lost here, an hour there. The world would flicker, and I'd be left disoriented, a chunk of my day surgically removed. The opposite also began to occur. I would start boiling water for coffee, turn to grab a mug, and turn back to find the water still cold, as if no time had passed at all. The world was stuttering, and I was trapped in its disjointed rhythm. the true horror of it. The event that shattered any lingering hope of a rational explanation was the double sunset. It was a clear evening. I stood on the catwalk, watching the sun dip below the jagged line of the western mountains, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and red. It was a moment of sublime beauty, and for a short while, I forgot my fear. I went back inside, made a note in my log. A log that was becoming less about weather patterns and more about my own fracturing sanity. I sat down to eat my canned chili, and as I glanced out the window, I saw it. The sun. It was back on the horizon, slightly to the left of where it had been before, and it was setting again. I watched, frozen in disbelief, as the entire celestial event repeated itself, a perfect impossible encore. I began to see things, fleeting shapes in my peripheral vision, a flicker of movement on the stairs below. I told myself it was exhaustion, my mind playing tricks on me in the profound isolation. But I knew it was more than that. This place, this forbidden ground, was not just geographically isolated. It was isolated from the normal flow of cause and effect. One afternoon, as a storm was rolling in, I was looking out the south window, watching the clouds gather, and I saw them. A figure on the catwalk, his back to me, staring out at the approaching rain. He was wearing my red flannel shirt and my worn jeans. His hair was the same unruly brown as mine. My heart seized. I wasn't expecting anyone. No hikers, no rangers. I tapped on the glass, my knuckles making a sharp, cracking sound. The figure turned slowly. His face was mine, but it wasn't. It was younger, thinner. His expression was one of raw, naive nervousness. It was me from my first day. The boy who had climbed these stairs full of hope and ambition, completely unaware of the temporal prison he was entering. As I stared, his image wavered like heat haze on a summer road, and then he was gone. I was alone again. My reflection in the glass, the only other person for 100 miles. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I wasn't truly alone anymore. There was another Isaac here, and I had a terrifying feeling he wouldn't be the last. Sleep offered no escape. My dreams were a chaotic jumble of spinning compasses and falling forks of suns setting on a loop. I awoke with a gasp. The image of my own younger face burned into the back of my eyelids. For a long moment, I lay perfectly still on my cot, listening. The tower was silent, save for the low moan of the wind. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. It was a hallucination. A waking dream brought on by solitude and stress. My scientific mind clung to this explanation like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. It was the only answer that didn't require tearing up every textbook I owned and setting fire to the ashes. I swung my legs out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold wooden floor. I had to prove it. I had to find evidence that he wasn't real. I walked out onto the catwalk, the cold morning air a shock to my system. The storm had passed, leaving the world washed clean. I walked to the spot where he had stood, my eyes scanning the metal grating, and then I saw it, a footprint, not mine. My boots had a deep, waffle-like tread. This print was from a different pair of hiking boots, the new ones I had worn on my first day, before I'd switched to my older, more comfortable pair. A perfect, clear print, preserved in a patch of damp dust the wind had missed. He was real. The driftwood of my rationalization splintered, leaving me adrift in a sea of impossibility. The apparitions, the echoes, as I began to call them in my private log, started appearing with unnerving regularity. They were never threatening, merely present. They were ghosts of moments trapped in a fractured timeline. One evening, I glanced out the window and saw a man on the catwalk, looking in. It was me, but older. He had a full, dark beard that I had never grown, and his eyes, even from a distance, looked tired and weathered. He wore a confidence I didn't possess. He met my gaze for a fraction of a second, a flicker of something unreadable in his expression, before he turned and faded into the twilight. He was a version of me from the future, a man I was apparently destined to become. Another time, I heard a sound from the stairwell. I crept to the door and looked down. Halfway up the metal steps sat a much younger version of myself, maybe 16 or 17. He was hunched over, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. I recognized the moment instantly. The day my father told me he was leaving. It was a memory I had buried deep, and to see it replayed here, on these lonely stairs, was a violation. I wanted to go to him, to offer a word of comfort, to tell him that things would eventually be okay. But I knew it was useless. They were deaf and blind to me, locked in their own sliver of time. My academic studies were forgotten. My textbooks on quantum physics now seemed like children's stories, naive and simplistic. My reality was far stranger than any theory they contained. I abandoned the official Forest Service logbook and started a new one on a fresh legal path. I titled it Temporal Echo Observations. I became a scientist of my own madness. I documented each sighting date, time, apparent age of the echo, duration, activity. I tried to find a pattern, a trigger. Did they appear at certain times of day, in certain locations? Was there a formula to the chaos? My notes became a frantic scrawl of hypotheses. Was this a localized collapse of the wave function? Was I observing alternate realities bleeding into my own, as predicted by the many worlds interpretation? Or was the tower itself a nexus, a point where a closed time-like curve folded back on itself, trapping fragments of my own history? The theories gave me a temporary illusion of control, but they were just words, sophisticated ways of saying, I don't know. The population of Isaacs grew. The single tower, my sanctuary of solitude, became a crowded, silent stage. There were dozens of us now. A chiefle, 20-year-old me, humming a song I'd long forgotten as he repaired a loose railing. A frantic 30-something me, pacing the catwalk and muttering to himself, his face a mask of anxiety. Past Isaacs and future Isaacs, all stuck here, walking the same few square feet of the tower. They would phase in and out of existence, sometimes overlapping, creating a ghostly, translucent crowd. I was living in a haunted house where every ghost was me. The constant presence of my other selves was an unrelenting psychological assault. Every mistake I'd ever made, every moment of weakness, and glimpses of failures yet to come were on perpetual display. I stopped going outside onto the catwalk, unless absolutely necessary. The cabin, my 14 by 14-foot glass box, became my prison and my fortress. I felt like a specimen under a microscope, and the scientists observing me were all versions of myself. The breaking point came late one afternoon. The sky was the color of a fading bruise, and a thick, unnatural fog had rolled in, blanketing the forest and muffling all sound. I was huddled at my desk, staring at my logbook, when a movement at the main window caught my eye. An old man was standing on the catwalk, his hands braced against the railing. He was skeletal. His skin like parchment stretched thin over his bones. His hair was white and wispy, and he wore a tattered, faded version of my own flannel shirt. It was me, a me from the far, terrifying future. Unlike the others, he wasn't trapped in a memory. His eyes, clouded with cataracts but sharp with an ancient fear, were locked directly on mine. He saw me. He knew I was here. He moved with a painful slowness, his body stooped and frail. He shuffled towards the window, his breath fogging the glass with each ragged exhalation. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I was paralyzed, unable to look away from this horrifying vision of my own decay. He reached the window and pressed his face against the cold glass. The skin of his cheek wrinkled, his eye wide and pleading. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Instead, he mouthed two words, his lips forming them with a desperate, silent urgency. I read them clearly, the message transmitted through the glass, through time itself. Dion, lit, itilope. He held my gaze for another second, his eyes screaming a warning I couldn't comprehend, and then, like the others, he simply dissolved into the fog. I was left alone, the two words echoing not in my ears, but in the very center of my soul. The scientific detachment shattered. This wasn't a phenomenon to be studied. It was a trap, a curse. And the terrified old man I had just seen was not just a possible future. He was the destination. He was the end of the line. And he had just told me I was on the wrong track. Don't let it loop. The words were a brand on my consciousness. For hours after the old man vanished, I sat motionless, the fog outside pressing in, isolating me completely. The scientific theories, the logbook, the pretense of academic observation, it all fell away, revealing the raw, primal fear beneath. This wasn't a puzzle to be solved. It was a sentence to be served. What loop? My mind, now stripped of its academic arrogance, raced. A loop is a repetition, a cycle. I scrambled for my logbook, my hand shaking so violently I could barely hold the pen. I wasn't looking for quantum anomalies anymore. I was looking for a pattern of recurrence. I read through my own frantic entries, my heart pounding with a rhythm of dawning horror. Entry point 12. Saw a younger version of myself on the stairs. Looked nervous. Must be from my first day here. Entry Phi 17 see an older me with a beard. Looked in the window. Seemed confident like he owned the place. Entry Phi 21. Heard myself humming a tune from sophomore year while fixing the catwalk railing. My blood ran cold. The echoes weren't random memories drawn from my entire life. The crying teenager was an outlier, a single, traumatic memory dredged from my past. But the others, they were all from my time at the tower. The nervous kid was me arriving. The bearded man was a future me, still here. The humming was something I had done just last week. The loop wasn't some abstract cosmological concept. It was this place. It was this summer. I was living inside the loop, and the ghosts were just previous iterations. The old man wasn't a distant future. He was the final stage of a repeating cycle of despair. I had to get out. The thought was a physical force, propelling me into action. I threw my logbook, a water bottle, and my useless compass into my pack. I didn't care about my textbooks or my research. Survival was the only experiment that mattered now. I burst out of the cabin door and onto the catwalk, not daring to look at the crowd of silent, watching Isaacs I knew were there. I took the metal stairs two at a time, my boots clanging a frantic rhythm of escape. The fog was a living entity. It was thick and wet, clinging to me like a shroud. The world was reduced to a few feet of visibility in every direction. The trail, which had been so clear on my way up, was now a vague suggestion on the forest floor. But I pushed on, driven by the image of the old man's face. I had to break the pattern. The old man was the result of staying, of studying, of trying to understand. The answer had to be leaving. After what felt like an hour of stumbling through the disorienting gray, I should have been well down the mountain. But the trees all looked the same, twisted and ancient. The ground remained stubbornly, unnervingly level. I risked a glance at my compass. The needle was spinning so fast it was a blur. It was worse than useless, it was mocking me. Panic began to claw at my throat. I was lost. Then I saw him. Through a momentary thinning of the fog, I saw the tower. It wasn't behind me, where it should have been. It was in front of me. I had walked in a perfect circle. I stood panting, a sob of frustration catching in my chest. This place wouldn't let me go. The forbidden ground. It wasn't a name. It was a description of its function. I tried again, marking trees with my pocket knife, attempting to walk in a straight line. Each time, after a disorienting journey through the whiteout, I would end up back where I started. The skeletal frame of the tower, looming out of the mist like a silent, patient jailer. The echoes began to appear in the woods around me. The bearded me, leaning against a tree, watching me with an expression of pity. The younger me, sitting on a log, looking lost and afraid. They were all here, all the versions of me who had tried to escape and failed. They were the ghosts of failed attempts. Defeated, exhausted, and utterly broken, I finally gave up. The energy drained out of me, leaving a hollow ache of resignation. There was no escape. The only path this ground would allow me to walk was the one that led back to the tower. I turned and began the slow, shuffling walk back, my feet dragging through the mud. I was no longer Isaac Thorne, the physicist. I was just another ghost in training. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, the fog began to lift, as if its purpose was fulfilled. The late afternoon sun broke through, casting long, familiar shadows. I looked up at the glass-walled cabin, my prison, and I saw him. A man was standing inside looking out. He looked tired, scared, and his face was a mask of dawning comprehension. It was me. The me from an hour ago. The me who was just beginning to understand the loop. I climbed the stairs, my movements feeling sluggish, ancient. My joints ached. I felt a profound weariness settle into my bones, the weight of countless, forgotten repetitions. I reached the catwalk and walked towards the window. Inside, my other self stared back at me, his eyes wide with terror. I saw the recognition in his face as he looked at my stooped shoulders, my haggard expression. I was becoming the old man. I knew what I had to do. It was my role now. It was the only part left for me to play. I pressed my face against the cold glass, the metal frame vibrating with the low hum of the tower. I looked into my own terrified eyes, a mirror of the fear I had felt what seemed like a lifetime ago. I opened my mouth, a desperate, final attempt to break the cycle I was now doomed to perpetuate. No sound came out. I could only mouth the words. The same futile warning passed down through an endless chain of trapped souls. Don't let it loop. As the last word formed on my lips, the Isaac inside the cabin scrambled for his pack, his face a mask of desperate resolve. He was going to try to escape. He was going to fail. And I, the newest ghost, could only stand and watch. Another silent echo on the catwalk, waiting for the next Isaac to arrive. My name is Leo Thorne. For the last 27 years of my life, I was what you might call a creature of routine and predictability. I worked as a data analyst for a mid-sized logistics firm in Portland. My world was one of spreadsheets, statistical models, and the quiet, air-conditioned hum of an office building. It was a life measured in quarterly reports and coffee breaks. My colleagues knew me as reliable, quiet, and perhaps a little distant. They weren't wrong. My true passion wasn't in tracking shipping efficiencies. It was in tracking the silent, majestic movements of the cosmos. I am an amateur astronomer. That feels like too small a phrase for what it is. For me, it's a calling. Ever since my father first pointed out the constellation Orion to me from our backyard, I've been captivated by the vast, silent ocean of space. The city, with its perpetual twilight of street lamps and neon, was a constant source of frustration. Light pollution is a thief, stealing the stars from the sky, leaving only a faded, blurry remnant of the universe's grandeur. My small apartment balcony, with my prized Celestron 8SE telescope crammed into the corner, was my only escape. It was a porthole to another world, but a smudged and dirty one. I yearned for true darkness, for a sky so clear and black that the Milky Way would look like a spill of luminous paint. That yearning is what led me here, by 10-foot room enclosed in glass, perched atop a 60-foot steel tower in the middle of the Oregon high desert. I am the sole seasonal fire lookout for the Ashwood Ranger District. My job, officially, is to spend my days scanning the endless horizon of sagebrush, juniper, and ponderosa pine for the faintest wisp of smoke. It is a job of immense solitude and focus, and it suits me perfectly. The pay is modest, the amenities are rustic, but the compensation is a sky unrivaled by any I have ever known. From my perch, I have a panoramic view that feels infinite. The land rolls out in waves of dusty green and brown, carved by ancient lava flows and the patient hand of erosion. The silence is the most profound I have ever experienced, broken only by the sigh of the wind against the tower's glass or the distant cry of a hawk. And there, dominating the eastern view, is Malheur Butte. During the day, the butte is an unremarkable feature, a hulking, dark mound of volcanic rock that rises abruptly from the desert floor. It's scarred with crevices and sparsely dotted with hardy, twisted trees that cling to its slopes. It looks dormant, ancient, and entirely mundane. But I knew its reputation before I ever set foot in this tower. The man who trained me, a grizzled veteran named Al, who was finally retiring after 30 seasons, was the one who told me the stories. He spoke in a low, matter-of-fact tone, as he showed me how to operate the Osborne Fire Fender, a brass instrument that looks like a relic from a Jules Verne novel. "You'll have the best view in the state," he'd said, his gaze drifting towards the butte. Best view of the stars, and the best view of the local weirdness. He told me the legends were as old as the hills themselves. Stories passed down from the Paiute tribes spoke of as a place of powerful, dangerous spirits. Later, the white settlers who came to this unforgiving land brought their own fears, whispering tales of witches, Sabbaths, and dark rituals performed under the new moon. They said the butte was a place where the veil between worlds was thin, a place where things could cross over. Probably just stories to scare the kids. Al had concluded with a shrug, but his eyes told me he didn't fully believe his own dismissal. Still, you won't catch any locals going up there after dark, or at all if they can help it. For the first few weeks, I was in heaven. I settled into a comfortable rhythm. Days were for diligence, scanning the horizon, recording weather data, maintaining my equipment. I'd make my coffee, eat my meals, and read old paperbacks left by generations of lookouts before me. But when the sun dipped below the horizon, and the sky bled from orange to indigo, my true work began. The sheer number of stars was overwhelming. Constellations I'd only ever seen in diagrams blazed with startling clarity. Nebulae, faint smudges of light from my city balcony, resolved into intricate clouds of gas and dust through the lens of my celestron. I spent hours lost in the silent dance of galaxies and star clusters, feeling the profound, humbling insignificance of my own existence. It was during my third week, on a perfectly clear, moonless night, that my astronomical survey strayed closer to home. My official duties were over. The landscape below a uniform black. I had been observing the Andromeda Galaxy, a faint, fuzzy oval even in this pristine darkness. Out of idle curiosity, a thought sparked by Al's old stories, I swiveled my telescope down from the heavens and pointed it towards the Earth, towards Malheur Butte. I didn't expect to see anything. The butte was just a black silhouette against a slightly less black sky. I swept the lens across its base, then up its slowet, and then I saw it. A flicker of light. I adjusted the focus, my heart giving a little flutter of excitement. It was a fire, a small one, nestled in a flat, basin-like area near the summit that I had noted during my daylight scans. My first thought was logical and immediate: campers. Or, more likely, teenagers from one of the small, scattered towns, seeking a secluded spot for a bonfire and some cheap beer. I felt a small pang of professional annoyance. An unauthorized fire, no matter how small, was a risk. But it was contained, and it was on the barren rock of the butte, far from the flammable grasslands. I made a note in my logbook and decided to just keep an eye on it. I kept the telescope trained on the fire. And that's when I saw the figures. There were maybe half a dozen of them, moving between my lens and the flickering flames. They were mere silhouettes, their forms distorted by the heat haze rising from the fire. They were dancing. I told myself it was just that, a party. Kids dancing around a bonfire. But the longer I watched, the more a sense of unease began to creep in. Their movements were wrong. There was no rhythm, no joy to it. They weren't dancing to anything. They jerked and twitched, their limbs flailing at odd, unnatural angles. One moment they would be frenzied, leaping and contorting. The next they would be stock, still as if frozen in place. It was less like a dance and more like a series of seizures. A puppet show performed by a puppeteer with a palsied hand. I watched for over an hour, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. The scientific part of my brain was racing, trying to find a rational explanation. The distance, the heat shimmer, the low light. It could all be playing tricks on my eyes. I was a man who believed in evidence, in observable, repeatable phenomena. What I was seeing didn't fit. Over the next 2 weeks, the fires became a regular occurrence, always on the moonless nights. I became obsessed. My astronomical logs were forgotten, replaced by detailed notes on the Malheur Butte activity. I sketched the location of the fire, noted the number of figures, and tried to describe their disturbing, arrhythmic movements. I told myself I was documenting a human phenomenon, perhaps some strange local tradition or even a cult. But the explanation felt thin, a threadbare blanket against a chilling wind. I never saw them arrive or leave. One moment, the butte would be dark and silent. The next, the fire would be lit, and the frantic dance would begin. They never made a sound that carried across the miles of still night air. There was only the silent, disturbing spectacle, played out in the eyepiece of my telescope. My sanctuary of glass and steel began to feel less like a castle and more like a cage. A very exposed cage with a perfect front row seat to a show I was never meant to see. The vast, empty wilderness that had once felt like a comforting blanket of solitude now felt like a gaping, watchful maw. And I was right in the center of it. My obsession grew like a cancer, metastasizing through the orderly routines I had so carefully constructed. The celestial ballot that had drawn me to this remote outpost was forgotten. Andromeda could drift in its cosmic sea unobserved. Orion could hunt across the heavens unwatched. My telescope no longer tilted towards the stars. It was now permanently aimed at the Earth. A sentinel fixed on a single, profane subject to Malhira, but I began to feel like a naturalist studying a new and unnerving species. By day, I would spend hours with my binoculars, scanning the basin near the summit where the rituals took place. I was desperate for a rational explanation, a piece of mundane evidence to anchor my spiraling thoughts. I searched for a trail for discarded beer cans, for a fire pit ringed with blackened stones, any sign of conventional human activity. There was nothing. The rocky ground looked pristine, untouched, as if the wind itself swept it. After every gathering, I told myself that the elements were harsh, that they were meticulous in covering their tracks, but the excuses felt thin and hollow in the vast silence. The solitude that had once been a comforting blanket now felt like a suffocating shroud. The quiet that had calmed my city, jangled nerves now buzzed with an unnerving frequency. Every gust of wind against the tower glass made me jump. Every nocturnal sound, the hoot of an owl, the distant yip of a coyote, became a potential harbinger of something else. I started talking to myself more, my whispers filling the small room with frantic theories and desperate rationalizations. They're a neo-pagan group, I'd mutter into my morning coffee. Some kind of strange, experimental theater troupe. But no matter the scenario I concocted, I could not explain away the sheer wrongness of their movements. Night after night, I watched their disturbing ballot. I pushed my equipment to its absolute limits, trying to resolve more detail. I wanted to see a face, a brand of clothing, a single piece of evidence that would confirm their humanity. I swapped to higher, magnification eyepieces, but the increased power only amplified the atmospheric distortion, making the figures swim and shimmer more violently. The image was a maddening dance of light and shadow, always promising a revelation that remained just out of reach. Frustration gnawed at me. One evening, as a line of thunderstorms built in the west, a desperate idea took root in my mind. I had a digital SLR camera and a powerful telephoto lens, which I normally used for astrophotography. If my own eyes couldn't capture a clear image, perhaps the camera could, by attaching the camera body directly to the telescope, a technique called eyepiece projection, and using a long exposure, I might be able to freeze a moment in time, to capture a still frame of the dancing silhouettes. The storm rolled closer, the wind picking up, making the tower sway almost imperceptibly. I could hear the low rumble of distant thunder. Far below, the fire on the butt was lit, and tonight it seemed more ferocious than ever before. I counted at least a dozen figures, their movements a frenzy of violent jerks and contortions around the roaring flames. Their dance seemed to match the storm's building energy. With trembling hands, I mounted the camera, connecting it to my laptop so I could see the feed and control the shutter without touching the rig. My heart hammered with a mixture of dread and exhilaration. I felt like a spy, a voyeur peering into a secret world. a world whose secrets were guarded for a very good reason. As the storm drew nearer, the sky was periodically illuminated by brilliant flashes of lightning, backlighting the butt for a split second. It was perfect. I began taking shots, one after another, bracketing my exposures, praying for a moment of clarity. For the better part of an hour, I was a machine, clicking, adjusting, clicking again. Then the first heavy drops of rain began to splatter against the glass, quickly becoming a downpour that obscured the view completely. The show was over for the night. I disconnected the camera and immediately began cycling through the images on my laptop. The first several dozen were useless blurs, streaks of fire and indistinct motion. But then I found one. It was timed perfectly with a massive fork of lightning that had lit up the entire landscape. It was sharp. It was clear. I zoomed in, and the air left my lungs in a single, silent gasp. The figures were not wearing hiking gear or jeans. They were draped in dark, heavy-looking cloaks with deep hoods that shadowed where their faces should be. But it wasn't the clothing that made my blood run cold. It was their anatomy. Their limbs were too long, horribly unnaturally long and thin, like the legs of a spider. Their fingers, visible on one figure that had its hand outstretched, were like sharpened twigs. And though the hoods concealed their faces, I could sense a profound emptiness beneath them, a void that was infinitely more terrifying than any monstrous face could ever be. They were not human. The thought struck me not as a theory, but as an undeniable, soul-crushing fact. My carefully constructed world of logic and reason shattered into a million pieces. I couldn't look away from the image. It held me captive. This was the truth behind the dancing shadows, the reality I had been so desperate to uncover. And it was worse than anything I could have imagined. The next night, I hesitated before going to the telescope. A sane part of me screamed to stop, to turn away, to point the lens back at the safe, predictable stars. But I couldn't. I was bound to it now. The air was still and cold, the silence absolute. The fire was there again. But this time, it felt different. It burned bigger and brighter, the flames clawing at the night sky. The dancing was more frantic, more desperate than I had ever seen. Taking a steadying breath, I put my eye to the eyepiece. I forced myself to ignore the trembling in my hands as I brought the scene into focus. I zoomed in, pushing the magnification as far as it would go. The image wavering in the heat, rising from the massive bonfire. I focused on one figure, one that seemed to stand apart from the others. It was taller, and it stood motionless at the edge of the cavorting circle, radiating an aura of authority and ancient power that chilled me to the bone. And then the impossible happened. As I watched, the tall figure stopped moving. It wasn't an abrupt halt, but a slow, deliberate cessation of all motion. It was as if it had been aware of my gaze all along and had finally decided to acknowledge it. Slowly, deliberately, it turned. Through the miles of darkness, through the magnifying lens of my telescope, it lifted its cloaked head, and it looked directly at me. There was no way it could know. It was scientifically, physically impossible. The distance was too great, the night too dark. But I knew with a certainty that bypassed all logic and reason, that it was looking not just in my direction, but at me. Through the glass of the eyepiece, into my eye, into my soul, a strangled cry escaped my throat. I threw myself backwards, away from the telescope, crashing into the wall of the tower. I hit the floor hard, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. I didn't dare look back. But I didn't have to. I could feel its gaze on me even now. A cold, ancient pressure against the glass of my tower. A gaze that did not blink. A gaze that did not leave. It knew I was here. It had seen me. And it was still watching. The floorboards were cold against my back. I don't know how long I lay there, curled into a fetal position, my arms wrapped around my head, as if to ward off a physical blow. The logical part of my brain, the data analyst who had governed my life for nearly 3 decades, was screaming that it was impossible, a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by isolation and suggestion, an atmospheric distortion, magnifying a coincidental movement. I clung to these explanations like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. But the tide of pure, primal terror was too strong. My heart knew what my eyes had seen. I had been noticed. I never looked through the telescope again. The thought of putting my eye to that lens, of willingly bridging that impossible distance again, filled me with a dread so profound it was nauseating. I pushed the entire apparatus into a corner of the room and threw a dusty tarp over it. It was an irrational act, like a child hiding under the covers, but it was all I could do. Out of sight, out of mind. But it wasn't out of my mind. The pressure against the glass never left. It was a constant, phantom weight against my sanity. I'd be washing my coffee cup, and a cold dread would wash over me. The certain knowledge that, if I were to turn my head and look east, the gaze would be waiting. It was a violation. My tower, once my sanctuary and my kingdom, had become my prison cell. A transparent cage where I was the sole exhibit. The magnificent 360-degree view that had been my greatest reward was now my eternal punishment. A constant reminder that there was nowhere to hide. My duties fell apart. The daily weather logs became a series of shaky, illegible scrawls. I stopped scanning the horizon for smoke. The only fire that mattered was the one I could no longer bring myself to look at. I'd sit on my stool in the center of the room, away from the windows, tracking the sun's progress by the shifting warmth on the floorboards. The radio, my only link to the outside world, sat silent. I should have called Al. I should have called the district ranger and made up some excuse. A family emergency, a sudden illness. Anything to get out of here. But what could I say? There's a thing on the butt and it looked at me. They would think I'd lost my mind. And perhaps I had. A worse fear kept me from the radio, the fear that if I sent a message out, it would hear. That it would know I was trying to call for help. The nights were the worst. Sleep offered no escape, only a landscape of feverish, disjointed nightmares. I'd dream of impossibly long limbs, of dark cloaks that concealed not faces, but swirling voids of a frantic, silent dance that went on forever. I'd wake up with my heart hammering against my ribs, the sound of my own ragged breathing, loud in the crushing silence of the tower, and the silence was no longer peaceful. It was watchful. Every creak of the tower in the wind, every skittering sound of a small animal on the catwalk outside was magnified into a threat. My scientific mind, the mind that had once found comfort in identify the calls of birds and the rustle of wind through sagebrush, was now an engine of paranoia, transforming every innocuous sound into the approach of something monstrous. It was on the 4th night after the incident that the pressure changed. It was no longer a static, distant gaze. It was closer. I can't explain how I knew. It was a shift in the quality of the dread, a sharpening of the fear from a dull ache to a piercing stab. I was huddled on my cot, a threadbare blanket pulled up to my chin when I felt it. The tower was no longer just being watched. It was being approached. I stayed like that for hours, frozen, listening. The wind had died completely, leaving an absolute, tomb-like stillness. The world outside my glass walls seemed to be holding its breath. And then I heard it. A sound. It was faint, but unmistakable. A low, rhythmic scraping. It was the sound of something metallic being dragged against metal. It was coming from below. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause, scrape. My blood ran cold. It was the sound of something climbing the steel legs of the tower. Panic, stark and blinding, finally broke through my paralysis. I scrambled from the cot and lunged for the trapdoor in the floor, the only entrance to my glass prison. My fingers fumbled with the heavy iron bolt. It slid home with a loud, definitive clank that seemed to echo across the entire desert. I was locked in, or perhaps it was locked out. I backed away from the trapdoor, my eyes wide with terror, and pressed myself into the corner of the room, trying to make myself as small as possible. The scraping continued, slow, deliberate, and unnervingly patient. It was getting closer. I could feel the faint vibrations through the floorboards. It was methodical, like a spider ascending its web. It was not in a hurry. It knew I was here. It knew I had nowhere to go. The scraping stopped. The sudden silence was somehow more terrifying than the noise it replaced. I held my breath, straining my ears, my entire being focused on the world outside my thin walls of glass. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Had I imagined it? Was it just the wind? My frayed nerves finally snapping. A floorboard creaked directly above the trapdoor. It was on the catwalk, the circular walkway that surrounded my little room. It was right outside. I squeezed my eyes shut, a litany of prayers I didn't know I remembered, tumbling silently from my lips. I didn't want to see. I couldn't bear to see the tall, cloaked figure with its impossibly long limbs standing just inches away, separated only by a pane of glass. The pressure was immense now, a physical force that made my skull ache. I could feel its ancient, malevolent intelligence focused entirely on me. Then came the final sound. It was not a roar, not a scream, not the breaking of glass. It was quiet. It was deliberate. It was the sound of the old, stiff handle on the outside of the trapdoor, beginning to slowly, deliberately turn. My name is Benjamin Carter, though most people just call me Ben. For the better part of a decade, my life had been a relentless symphony of digital noise. I worked as a user experience designer in the heart of a bustling city, a job that demanded I remain perpetually tethered to the grid. My days were a blur of glowing screens, endless email chains, Slack notifications that pinged like insistent ghosts, and the low, constant hum of servers and fluorescent lights. My nights offered little respite, as the blue light from my phone followed me to bed, whispering the anxieties of the next day's deadlines and social media's curated chaos. I was burned out, not in a dramatic, cinematic way, but in a slow, creeping, soul-eroding fashion. The world felt loud, suffocatingly so. I craved silence, a genuine, profound quiet that couldn't be penetrated by a signal. I yearned for a horizon that wasn't cluttered with concrete and steel, and for a sense of self that wasn't defined by my online presence or professional productivity. I needed a digital detox, but more than that, I needed an escape, a total severance from the modern world that was grinding me down into a state of anxious exhaustion. That's when I found the posting for a volunteer fire lookout in the MT. Hood National Forest of Oregon. The description was like a siren song to my frayed nerves. A remote tower, a panoramic view of ancient forests, and a singular, noble purpose: to watch for smoke. No signal, no Wi-Fi, no people. It sounded like heaven. It seemed like the perfect antidote. A chance to reset my internal compass in the vast, quiet wilderness. I applied immediately, and to my astonishment, I was accepted. I packed my bags with books I'd always meant to read, a journal to fill with profound thoughts, and enough non-perishable food to last for a month. I didn't realize then that the absence of modern connectivity also meant the absence of modern safety. The journey to the tower was a gradual shedding of the world I knew. First, the interstate gave way to a state highway, then to a winding two-lane road that hugged the mountainside. Finally, I turned onto a gravel Forest Service road, a jarring, bumpy path that seemed to climb endlessly into the sky. My car kicked up a plume of dust that followed me like a memory. After 10 miles of this, I reached a small clearing where the road ended. A simple wooden sign read, "Lookout, 2 miles." The rest of the way was on foot. Hoisting my heavy pack, I started up the trail. The air immediately changed. It was cooler here, thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The sounds of my car engine were replaced by the crunch of my boots on the trail, the chattering of a squirrel, and the whisper of the wind through the colossal Douglas firs that stood like silent sentinels. With every step, I felt the city's grip on me loosen. The silence I had craved was here, and it was immense. A physical presence that filled the spaces between the trees. It was a relief, a cleansing balm on my overstimulated mind. After what felt like an eternity of climbing, I saw it. The tower stood on the very pinnacle of the mountain. A skeletal structure of wood and steel, rising 100 feet into the crisp blue sky, topped with a single square room enclosed in glass. It looked both precarious and majestic, a lonely outpost against the vast, rolling expanse of green. The first week was idyllic, a perfect realization of my escapist fantasy. I fell into a simple, grounding rhythm. I woke with the sun, its first rays spilling over the distant Cascade peaks and filling my glass box with golden light. I'd make coffee on a small propane stove, the hiss and bubble the only sounds for miles. Then I would begin my watch, slowly circling the catwalk that wrapped around the cabin, binoculars in hand, scanning the endless sea of trees for the faintest wisp of smoke. I'd spend hours with the Osborne Firefinder, a wonderfully analog brass instrument that sat in the center of the room, learning to map the terrain. The views were breathtaking, a 360-degree panorama that changed with every passing hour. The forest was a living, breathing entity. In the mornings, mist would cling to the valleys below, making the peaks look like islands in a cloudy sea. In the afternoons, the sun would bake the landscape, and the air would shimmer with heat. The sunsets were the most spectacular, painting the sky in fiery shades of orange, pink, and purple that would make any artist weep. During these moments, I felt a profound sense of peace, a connection to something ancient and real. I was a king in a glass castle, perched on top of the world. The silence, however, began to evolve. At first, it was a welcome void. But as the days wore on, it became something more. It was a canvas, and against it, every tiny sound was amplified. The creak of the tower's wood as it settled, the mournful cry of a hawk circling on the thermals, the frantic buzzing of a bee bumping against the window pane. At night, the wind would pick up, and the tower would groan and sway gently, a ship on a leafy ocean. I told myself this was the reality I had sought, the unfiltered soundscape of the natural world. The first anomalous event occurred on my 8th night. I was sitting at the small wooden desk, reading an old, dog-eared copy of a Jack London novel by the soft glow of a lantern. The wind was moaning outside, a low, consistent hum. Tink. It was a tiny sound, barely audible over the wind, but sharp and distinct. It came from the west-facing window. I paused, my eyes lifting from the page. A bird, perhaps. Confused by the light in the darkness, I dismissed it, attributing it to the litany of strange noises a man alone in the wilderness must get used to. I went back to my book. 2 days later, it happened again. This time, I was washing my dinner plate in a small basin. Thwack. It was louder this time, more insistent. It wasn't a tink. It was the sound of something with more substance hitting the glass. I spun around and peered out the window into the twilight. I saw nothing but the dense, dark wall of trees, their tops swaying rhythmically in the breeze. I walked out onto the catwalk, my heart beating a little faster. I scanned a forest floor far below. Nothing. The trees nearest the tower were still a good 50 feet away. It was impossible for a branch to simply fall and hit the window, especially not with that kind of horizontal force. A freak gust of wind. A squirrel, maybe, dropping a pine cone from a high branch. The explanations felt flimsy, unsatisfying. A prickle of unease traced its way down my spine. For the first time, the feeling of being alone felt less like solitude and more like isolation. The forest didn't seem quite as majestic. The shadows between the trees seemed to hold a new depth, a watchful quality. The attacks, as I began to think of them, grew more frequent over the next few days. A small shower of pebbles one afternoon, rattling against the glass like hard rain. A pine cone another morning, hitting with enough force to make me jump. Each time, I would rush to the window, scan the trees, and find nothing. The rational part of my brain was at war with a growing, primal fear. I was 100 feet in the air. Nothing could get to me. And yet, something was throwing things. The illusion of my peaceful sanctuary was beginning to crack. The silence was no longer my friend. It was a vessel for my growing anxiety. A space where my imagination could run wild. I started to feel watched. I'd be on the catwalk, and the hairs on my neck would stand up. A gut-wrenching certainty that a pair of eyes was fixed on me from the dark canopy below. Then, on the 14th night, my fragile peace was shattered completely. A storm was brewing. The wind had become a gale, howling around the tower, which creaked and groaned under the strain. Rain began to lash against the windows. I was trying to secure a rattling window frame when it happened. Shark. The sound was explosive, violent. It wasn't a pebble or a pine cone. It was the sound of solid wood striking solid wood. I stumbled back from the window, my heart leaping into my throat. A piece of wood the size of my forearm had slammed into the window frame, splintering the timber just inches from the glass. The entire tower seemed to shudder from the impact. This was not the wind. This was not a squirrel. This was deliberate. This was an attack. My hands shaking, I grabbed the high-powered flashlight I kept by the door. I fumbled with the switch, my fingers slick with sweat. I aimed the beam out the window, cutting a bright, trembling swath through the rain and darkness. The light illuminated the thrashing trees, the glistening wet bark, the chaos of the storm. But it revealed nothing else. No person, no animal. There was nothing there. Nothing but the vast black and suddenly terrifying forest. I was trapped in a glass box, 100 feet in the air, and something in the woods below was trying to break in. Sleep did not come that night. How could it? The storm raged on for hours, a chaotic symphony of wind and rain that served as the soundtrack to my terror. But the storm outside was nothing compared to the one raging within me. Every gust of wind that rattled the tower, every drop of rain that hit the glass, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. I spent the night huddled in the center of the room, away from the windows, my back pressed against the base of the fire fender. My high-powered flashlight became an extension of my arm, its beam a nervous, trembling sword. I used to cut through the oppressive darkness. I swept the light across the tree line in a frantic, repeating pattern, a desperate attempt to catch a glimpse of my tormentor. But there was nothing. Only the wild dance of the trees, their branches thrashing like the arms of drowning men. The logical part of my brain, the part that designed user interfaces based on predictable human behavior, was screaming for an explanation. A prankster. It seemed impossible. Who would hike 2 miles up a mountain in a storm just to throw wood at a fire tower? And the force of it, the branch hadn't just been tossed. It had been hurled with incredible velocity, like a projectile from a catapult. No human could do that from the cover of the trees 50 feet away. My mind cycled through increasingly unlikely scenarios. A disgruntled former lookout, a hermit driven mad by solitude, a group of teenagers with a powerful slingshot. Each theory felt hollow, a thin shield against a fear that was primal and profound. When dawn finally broke, it brought no comfort. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world washed clean and eerily silent. The rising sun illuminated the damage. The splintered gash in the window frame was a raw, ugly wound. I stepped cautiously out onto the wet catwalk and looked down. There, lying on the rocky ground at the base of the tower, was the projectile. It was a thick, heavy limb of Douglas fir, at least 4 feet long. It wasn't just a random branch. One end had been crudely, but unmistakably, sharpened to a point. It was a spear. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a prank. This was an act of calculated aggression. This was an attempt to cause serious harm. My sanctuary had become a cage, and I was the animal on display. The beautiful, panoramic view was no longer a gift, it was a vulnerability. I was exposed on all sides, a solitary figure in a glass box, a perfect target. The attacks became a daily and nightly reality. The randomness was gone, replaced by a terrifying and intelligent pattern. The assault would always come from a different direction. One day, it would be the east windows, the next, the south. It was as if my tormentor was testing the structure, probing for a weakness. The projectiles also escalated. No more pebbles or pine cones. Now, it was always wood. Heavy branches, chunks of fallen logs, and once, a piece of timber so large it struck the metal support beams of the tower with a deafening, metallic gooing that reverberated through my entire body. My life, once a peaceful routine of watching and waiting, transformed into a state of constant, high-alert vigilance. I stopped reading. I stopped writing in my journal. My food tasted like ash in my mouth. I barely slept, catching only an hour or two at a time in a state of fitful nightmare plagued exhaustion. My days were spent pacing the cabin, peering through the binoculars not for smoke, but for any sign of movement in the trees below. My nights were spent in darkness, listening, waiting for the next sickening thud against the walls. As a UX designer, my job was to find patterns in chaos to create order from complexity. I tried to apply that logic here. I took out a map of the area and began to chart the attacks. I noted the time, the direction, the type of projectile, the weather conditions. I was trying to build a profile to understand the user behavior of whatever was out there. But there was no discernible logic. The attacks were unpredictable, coming at all hours from all sides. The only consistent element was their escalating violence and unnerving accuracy. About a week after the storm, the first pane of glass cracked. It was a grapefruit-sized rock, hurled with astonishing force, that struck the corner of a northern window. It didn't shatter the thick safety glass, but it left a spiderweb of fractures that caught the light, a constant, glittering reminder of my fragility. The sound of that impact was the sound of my last shred of hope breaking. I had to find an answer. My sanity depended on it. I began a frantic search of the cabin. Every drawer was pulled out, every cupboard emptied. I was looking for anything that could shed some light on this nightmare. A logbook from a previous lookout, a forgotten note, anything. Most of what I found was mundane, old supply inventories, weather logs, technical manuals for the radio I couldn't use. Then, tucked away at the bottom of a dusty footlocker, filled with old blankets that smelled of mothballs and mildew, I found it. It wasn't a logbook. It was a small, thin pamphlet, its paper yellowed and brittle with age. The cover had a simple, hand-drawn illustration of a pine tree and blocky, faded text that read, "Forestry Curiosities and Dangers of the Pacific Northwest, an unofficial guide for the woodsman." My hands trembled as I opened it. The pages were filled with short entries on unusual flora, strange geological formations, and local legends. I scanned the table of contents, my eyes catching on a chapter heading that made my heart stop. Arboreal aggressors and other woodland threats. I flipped to the page. There was a crude, almost childish drawing of a lanky, ape-like creature with long, powerful arms peering out from behind a tree. And beneath it, the text that would define the rest of my existence. The agropelter, it began, a cryptid of North American folklore, particularly spoken of in the logging camps from Maine to Oregon. The name is derived from its aggressive nature and its habitat. These creatures are said to be slender, wary and unnervingly swift, with ape-like features and long, muscular arms that can whip back and forth like springs. They are believed to dwell within the hollow trunks of old-growth trees, making them nearly impossible to spot. I had to sit down, the pamphlet shaking in my grip. I read on, my breath catching in my chest. The agropelter is fiercely territorial and notoriously hostile towards any perceived intruders in its domain. Its primary method of attack is unique and terrifyingly effective. It hurls branches, rocks, and pieces of wood at its victims with incredible speed and deadly accuracy. Loggers of old would tell tales of widow makers, heavy branches falling from a clear sky, and blame these elusive creatures. They are said to be masters of their environment, using the dense forest as both their arsenal and their camouflage. An encounter with an agropelter is rarely a direct confrontation, it is a siege. The creature will remain hidden, launching a relentless barrage of projectiles to kill or drive away anyone who has trespassed. Every word was a hammer blow, forging the scattered pieces of my terror into a single, horrifying truth. A creature that lives in hollow trees, hurls wood and rocks with deadly accuracy. A sniper I can't see using the forest as its arsenal. It wasn't a person. It wasn't a prank. It was this: an agripelter. A legend from a forgotten pamphlet that was very, very real. I dropped the booklet and scrambled to the window, the one with the cracked pane. I stared out the endless, silent ocean of trees. They were no longer just trees. They were hiding places. Every trunk, every shadow, every hollow log was a potential lair for the thing that was hunting me. I wasn't just isolated. I was trapped in the hunting ground of a monster. And with every throw, it was getting more accurate. It wasn't just trying to scare me away. It was ranging me. It was practicing. And soon it wouldn't miss. The knowledge did not bring solace. It brought a horrifying clarity. Knowing the name of your monster doesn't make it less monstrous. It only gives your terror a shape. Agripelter. The word echoed in the cavern of my mind. A death knell played on splintering wood. The pamphlet lay on the floor, an ancient prophecy fulfilled. I was no longer a victim of a random, malicious act. I was prey. And the thing hunting me was a specialist, an apex predator of this vertical world. The detail about it ranging, me practicing, was the most chilling part. This wasn't a mindless beast. It was intelligent, it was learning. My training as a designer, my instinct to impose order on chaos, kicked in, twisted and warped by sheer terror. If this was a siege, I needed fortifications. If I was a target in a glass box, I had to remove the glass from the equation. My panoramic view, once my greatest joy, was now my greatest liability. I had to make myself blind to survive. The next hour was a blur of frantic, desperate labor. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the unnerving silence of the forest. I tore the thin mattress from its cot, wrestling it against the largest, west-facing window. I used strips of duct tape from my repair kit, creating a crude harness to hold it in place. It was a pathetic shield, but it was opaque. It was something. Next, I unbolted the small wooden table from the floor. It was heavy, awkward. Grunting with effort, I hoisted it and leaned it against the window with the cracked pane, wedging one of its legs against the base of the fire finder. The blankets from the footlocker, the ones that smelled of time and decay, were next. I draped them over the remaining windows, securing them with more tape, their weight pulling at the adhesive. The cabin, once a space of light and air, was plunged into a gloomy, claustrophobic twilight. The only natural light filtered through the gaps in my pathetic barricades, painting strange, distorted stripes across the room. I had turned my castle into a tomb. I was blind, but I was not deaf. And in the suffocating darkness of my own making, sound became my new tormentor. The silence between attacks was now heavier, pregnant with anticipation. I couldn't see the trees, so my imagination populated them with 1,000 unseen horrors. Every creak of the tower, every whisper of the wind, was the sound of the agripelter climbing, repositioning, preparing its next volley. The first impact against the mattress was a dull, muffled thump. It was less startling than the sharp crack against glass, but somehow more terrifying. It was the sound of its power being absorbed, a confirmation that it was still out there, still throwing undeterred by my efforts. A second thump followed moments later, against the table, making the wood groan in protest. It was testing my defenses, just as it had tested the glass. The siege continued for what felt like days, though my watch told me it was only a matter of hours. A relentless, patient assault. Thump, thud, whoomp. The sounds came from all directions. A brutal percussion section, playing a symphony of my impending doom. I sat on the floor, my back against the central column. clutching the fire axe I had found in the emergency locker. Its weight was both terrifying and comforting. It was my only tool, my only weapon. The breaking point came just after sunset. The gloom in the cabin had deepened into absolute blackness. I hadn't dared to light my lantern, unwilling to give my enemy a target, however small. Then came a sound unlike the others. It wasn't a thump. It was a splintering, shattering sirah that was deafeningly loud, followed by the screech of tortured metal and the crash of my table hitting the floor. A log, thicker than my leg and sharpened to a brutal point, had punched straight through the barricaded window. It had shattered the already cracked pane, ripped through the wooden table, and now jutted into my sanctuary like a giant wooden fang. Cold, damp air and the scent of pine flooded the room. The outside was now inside. The barrier was breached. I knew then that the tower would not save me. My tomb would become my coffin. There was only one path left, the one I dreaded most, down the stairs, into its world. A cold resolve washed over me, extinguishing the frantic panic. It was the calm of the condemned. I wasn't going to die cowering in a box. I took a deep breath, the cold air stinging my lungs. I tightened my grip on the fire axe, its wooden handle smooth and solid in my sweaty palms. My plan was simple, suicidal, and the only one I had: run the 2 miles to my car. Don't stop, don't look back. I kicked away the remains of my barricade from the door, flung it open, and plunged out onto the catwalk. The wind hit me, cold and sharp. The world was a dizzying swirl of black and gray under a sliver of moon. I didn't hesitate. I scrambled for the ladder, like stairs, and began my descent. The tower seemed to shake with every step I took. The metal rungs were slick with evening dew. My gaze was fixed on the ground 100 feet below. Fuck, hey! A branch, moving so fast it was just a blur in the periphery, slammed into the steel support beam a foot from my head. The impact vibrated through the entire structure. It knew I was out. The hunt was on. Another projectile hit the steps just below my feet, showering my face with rust and paint chips. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat. I moved faster, half climbing, half falling down the stairs. My lungs burned. My muscles screamed. When my feet finally hit solid ground, I didn't pause. I burst into a desperate sprint, heading for the trail. The forest floor was a treacherous landscape of roots and rocks, nearly invisible in the dark. Behind me, I heard it. Not the creature itself, but its actions. A heavy, rhythmic crashing through the undergrowth. It was keeping pace with me, flanking me from within the cover of the trees. It was hurting me. The air was filled with the sound of its weapons. The terrifying whiz of wood, cutting through the air, followed by the explosive impact as branches and rocks slammed into the trees around me. It was toying with me. It could have hit me at any point. The sharpened spear that had nearly killed me on the stairs was proof of its accuracy. This was different. This was sport. I ran with the singular focus of a prey animal. The world narrowed to the faint ribbon of trail in front of me, the fire in my lungs, and the sound of the monster in the trees. A branch whipped across my face, leaving a stinging cut on my cheek. I stumbled, caught myself, and kept running. Then, through the trees, I saw it. A break in the darkness, a clearing. And in that clearing, the faint, beautiful glint of moonlight on metal and glass. My car. Hope, a feeling I thought had died, surged through me, hot and powerful. It gave me a final burst of speed. I was 50 yards away. 40, 30. I could almost feel the cold steel of the door handle under my fingers. I could almost hear the engine turning over. The sound was not a whiz or a thwack. It was a wet, sickening thunk. And it came from my own body. An impossible, searing pain erupted in my right thigh. I cried out, my leg buckling beneath me. I crashed to the ground, my face hitting the dirt and pine needles. I tried to push myself up, my arms trembling. I looked down. A branch, no thicker than my thumb, but sharpened to a needle point, was embedded deep in my leg. The world began to swim, the edges of my vision turning gray. The crashing in the woods stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, profound. It knew it had made the perfect shot. The game was over. Lying there, my life bleeding out into the forest floor, I twisted my head to look back at the wall of trees. And for the first and final time, I saw it. Two eyes, pale and luminous like foxfire, regarded me from the deep darkness of a hollowed-out fir. There was no malice in them. No anger. Just a calm, ancient, and utterly inhuman sense of ownership. This was its forest. I was just the trespasser. My digital detox was complete. The modern world was a million miles away. There was no signal here, no Wi-Fi, no people, and no safety. My official title is audio preservationist, but that sounds like someone who digitizes dusty LPs in a museum basement. What I really am is a sonic naturalist. I hunt for the last truly quiet places on Earth. My name is Chloe, and for the past decade, my work has taken me from the anechoic chambers of university labs to the sound, swallowing depths of remote cave systems. My goal has always been the same: to capture and archive pristine audio landscapes, untouched by the incessant drone of human activity. It's a quest for purity, for the planet's original soundscape. This year, my project led me here, to a steel and glass box perched on stilts atop a lonely peak in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest, with Mount St. Helens serving as a silent, brooding neighbor. My summer job as a fire lookout was the perfect cover, a way to fund my research while immersing myself in an environment I hoped would be the crown jewel of my collection. The sound of absolute, profound silence. The Osprey Peak Lookout isn't a cabin, it's an instrument. A 360-degree glass, walled room on a 50-foot tower, designed for one-purpose observation. From my perch, I could see for 100 miles on a clear day. The Cascades unfolded like a crumpled map of green and gray, a tapestry of ancient forests, volcanic plains, and jagged ridges. By day, it was a place of breathtaking, almost overwhelming beauty. The sun would warm the glass, and the wind, my only constant companion, would sing 1,000 different songs against the steel struts and antenna wires. I spent my days dutifully scanning the horizon for smoke, mapping my quadrant, and reporting my observations via a crackling single sideband radio. But my true work began at dusk. As the sun bled out behind the western peaks, painting the sky in violent shades of orange and purple, a different world emerged. The silence I craved began to settle, pressing in on the tower. It wasn't an absence of sound, not truly. It was a presence. It was the whisper of wind through pine needles, the distant hoot of an owl, the infinitesimal rustle of a creature in the undergrowth 1,000 feet below. These were the sounds I came for. My equipment was my sanctuary. I had a custom-built parabolic microphone array, sensitive enough to pick up a beetle's footsteps on a leaf from 50 yards. My primary recorder was a modified Nagra, a classic piece of audio hardware I'd retrofitted with experimental solid-state preamps. And at the heart of it all was my laptop, running a suite of spectral analysis software that could visualize sound in real time, painting a picture of the invisible acoustic world around me. I was a cartographer of frequencies, and this tower was my crow's nest. For the first 2 weeks, it was bliss. I captured the low, resonant hum of the earth itself. I recorded the ultrasonic chatter of bats, slowing it down to reveal intricate social calls. I even captured the faint, percussive patter of a meteor shower, the sound of cosmic dust burning up in the atmosphere. A sound so faint, it was more a feeling than something heard. I was cataloging the voice of the wilderness, and it was more beautiful than I had ever imagined. The anomaly first appeared on the third Tuesday. It was just after 2 a.m., a time when the forest was at its most still. I was monitoring the live feed, watching the gentle, rolling hills of the spectrogram on my screen, when a line appeared. It was a perfect razor-thin spike at the extreme upper edge of the spectrum, around 19.8 kilohertz, just on the cusp of human hearing, a frequency most adults can no longer perceive. It was so clean, so unnatural. It looked like an error, a feedback loop perhaps, or a glitch in the hardware. I ran a diagnostic. Everything was nominal. The spike remained a persistent, needle-thin line of pure tone. Curiosity, the engineer's instinct, took over. Fear hadn't entered the equation yet. This was a puzzle. I put on my studio-grade headphones, the ones that seal completely around the ears, and isolated the frequency. I cranked the gain, my fingers flying across the digital console, applying filters to scrub away the ambient hiss of the forest and the low hum of my own equipment. I was diving deep into the sound, peeling back its layers. When I finally played it back, stripped of all context, the hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. It was a call. There was no other word for it. It wasn't a random burst of static or a harmonic from a distant power line. It was a complex, structured sound, a rapid-fire series of clicks and chittering noises, interspersed with a strange, guttural pop. It had a cadence, a rhythm that felt deliberate, intelligent. It was utterly alien, unlike any animal vocalization I had ever heard or studied. It was high, pitched and piercing, and even through the headphones, it seemed to vibrate in my sinuses, a deeply unpleasant, invasive sensation. I saved the file, labeling it ONKN Signal 01, my hand trembling slightly as I typed. That night, my sleep was shattered by a nightmare, so vivid it felt like a memory. I was standing on the catwalk that encircled the tower, the cold metal biting into my bare feet. The wind was screaming, trying to tear me from my perch, and I was falling. The stomach, lurching, weightless plunge into darkness. But I didn't hit the ground. Something snatched me from the air. The sensation was brutally physical. A crushing grip, a smell like damp earth and spoiled meat. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it huge. Leathery wings beating against the air. A powerful, rhythmic thump, thump, thump that was both a sound and a physical blow. I woke up tangled in my sheets, my heart hammering against my ribs, slick with a cold sweat that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. The feeling of falling lingered, a phantom vertigo that made the room tilt and sway. I tried to rationalize it. The sound was a bat, an insect, a malfunctioning piece of equipment from a distant FAA tower. The nightmare was a product of isolation, stress, and an overactive imagination fueled by a strange noise. I spent the next day trying to debunk my own experience, running the sound file through every diagnostic I could think of. I compared it to databases of known animal calls, from the smallest shrew to the largest elk. Nothing matched. Not even close. As night fell again, I found myself drawn back to my equipment. A moth to a flame. I aimed the parabolic dish in a direction I thought the sound had come from. The dark, heavily forested slopes of the mountain, and I waited. For hours there was only the familiar, comforting symphony of the wilderness. Then, at 1:47 a.m., it returned. The spike shot up the spectrogram as clean and sharp as before. But this time it was different. It was louder, more insistent, and it had changed. The pattern of clicks and pops was more complex, faster. It felt less like a broadcast and more like a response, as if it knew I was listening. I recorded it again, my breath held tight in my chest. I isolated the signal, my fingers moving with a practiced urgency. I played it back. The chittering was higher, more frantic. And this time, woven deep within the alien clicks, I heard something else. A faint, distorted, but unmistakable sound. It was the sound of my own name. Chloe. It was warped, as if spoken through water, or by a throat not designed for human words, but it was there. A single, chilling whisper, hidden inside a call from the edge of hearing. I ripped the headphones from my ears, my heart seizing. The tower, once my sanctuary, suddenly felt like a cage. A glass cage suspended in the darkness, with 100 miles of wilderness staring back. And somewhere out there, in the deep, silent woods, something was calling for me. Sleep did not come again that night. How could it? My name, whispered by an impossible voice from the heart of the wilderness, had shattered the scientific detachment I clung to like a shield. The tower was no longer a laboratory, it was a cage. And the delicate hum of my equipment, knock the ticking of a clock, counting down to something dreadful. I spent the hours until dawn with my back pressed into a corner, away from the vast, dark panes of glass, clutching a heavy maglite like a club. Every gust of wind was the beat of leathery wings. Every shadow that danced in the periphery of my vision was a looming figure. The silence I had come here to cherish had been violated, replaced by a ringing anticipation in my ears. When the first weak light of dawn finally crept over the horizon, it didn't bring relief, only a clearer view of how utterly alone I was. The forest, once a subject of serene beauty, now looked like a dark, churning ocean, and my tower was a tiny, fragile raft. My scientific curiosity had curdled into a primal need for answers. I abandoned my audio equipment and turned the tower's only other source of information, a small, dusty bookshelf containing old forest service manuals, botanical guides, and a few tattered paperbacks on local history and folklore, left behind by generations of lookouts before me. My hands, still trembling, sifted through the books. Most were useless. Geological surveys of the 1980 eruption of Mount St. Helens, guides to identifying edible fungi. But then I found it, a self-published, spiral-bound book titled Weird Washington, Myths and Monsters of the Cascade Range. The cover was a crude drawing of a hairy, ape-like creature. Bigfoot. I almost dismissed it, but a desperate, irrational hope made me open it. I scanned the table of contents, my eyes catching on a chapter title, The Devil of Ape Canyon and the Winged Terror of St. Helens. My blood ran cold. I flipped to the page. The text was accompanied by grainy, black, and white photos and amateurish sketches. It recounted old tales from local loggers and native tribes, stories of a large, winged primate said to haunt the slopes of the volcano. The descriptions varied, but a few terrifying details were consistent across the accounts. A creature as large as a man, with the face of a bat, glowing red eyes, and immense, leathery wings. The local name for it sent a fresh wave of dread through me. Batsquatch. It sounded absurd, like something from a low-budget horror movie. My rational mind, the part of me that calibrated microphones and analyzed waveforms, screamed in protest. This was folklore, campfire stories designed to scare tourists. But as I read on, the details began to align with my experience in a way that was too chilling to ignore. Several accounts mentioned the creature emitting a high-pitched, chattering call, a sound described as unsettling and unnatural. One story, from a hiker in the 1970s who claimed to have survived an encounter, was particularly horrifying. He wrote that the creature's call made him feel sick and dizzy, overcome by a sudden, crippling vertigo that made him stumble and fall. He only escaped because his dog attacked the creature, giving him time to flee. Vertigo. The word slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. The nightmare. The feeling of falling, of the world tilting on its axis. The lingering dizziness I'd felt upon waking. It wasn't just a dream. It was a symptom. A horrifying hypothesis began to form in my mind, a bridge between folklore and audio science. What if the call wasn't just a vocalization? What if it was a weapon? A bioacoustic lure? The frequency, 19.8 kilohertz, was specifically targeted. It was at the very edge of the human auditory range. A frequency that could have profound, subliminal effects on the inner ear. The organ that governs our sense of balance. The chittering, clicking cadence wasn't a language. It was a modulation, designed to amplify the disorienting effect. It was designed to induce vertigo, to make you dizzy, to make you lose your footing, to make you step out onto the catwalk for a breath of fresh air, where you would be exposed, vulnerable, 50 feet above the ground. It was a hunting tactic. The nightmare hadn't been a random creation of my subconscious. It had been in suggestion, a psychological probe planted in my mind by the sound, testing my susceptibility. And the whisper of my name, that was the final, terrifying piece. It was mimicry, a lure tailored specifically for me, proof that this thing was not just an animal. It was intelligent, it was learning. Fear, cold and absolute, now replaced my scientific analysis. I was prey. The creature wasn't just making a noise, it was actively hunting me, using my own senses against me. I scrambled to the tower's trapdoor, the only way in or out, and threw the heavy steel bolts into place. I wedged the handle of a broom under the latch for good measure. I was sealed in. The next 2 days were a slow descent into madness. I stopped sleeping, subsisting on stale crackers and lukewarm water from my canteen. I couldn't bring myself to use the radio. What would I say? "Hello, dispatch. There's a monster outside my tower, and it's trying to make me dizzy." They would think I'd lost my mind. Maybe I had. The sound came back each night, just as I knew it would. And it was getting louder. More insistent. On the first night after locking myself in, I could hear it without the headphones, a faint, high-pitched whine that seemed to come from the glass itself. I sat in my corner, watching the spectrogram on my laptop, which I'd left running. The spike was thicker now, pulsing with a malevolent energy. It was no longer just a call, it was a siege. By the third night, the sound was undeniable, a constant, piercing hum that drilled into my skull. It was a physical presence in the small room, making my teeth ache and the fillings in my molars vibrate. The glass walls, my window to the world, now felt like the thinnest possible membrane, separating me from the thing that was making the noise. I would catch myself staring out into the oppressive darkness, my eyes straining to see past the reflection of my own terrified face. And the vertigo was getting worse. It came in waves, sudden lurches that made the floor seem to drop away beneath me. I had to brace myself against the central column of the tower to keep from falling. Looking down through the floor grates at the ground 50 feet below became an act of sheer will, each glance sending a fresh wave of nausea and disorientation through me. The catwalk, the narrow metal walkway just outside the glass, became the most terrifying place on Earth. It was exactly where the sound wanted me to go. I haven't left the inside of this tower in 3 days. I've barricaded the trapdoor, but it feels like a flimsy gesture. The sound is so loud now, so pervasive. I can hear it even with my ears plugged. It's inside my head. The chittering, the clicking, the high frequency whine that promises a long fall into darkness. My sanctuary has become a resonant chamber, amplifying my terror. And I'm starting to feel very, very dizzy. The whole world is starting to tilt. The world no longer tilted, it spun. The floor of the tower had become the wall of a centrifuge, and I was pinned to it by a force that was both physical and auditory. The high-frequency sound was no longer just a noise in my head. It was the engine driving the relentless vertigo. My scientific mind, the last bastion of my sanity, was crumbling. Logic had no defense against a weapon that targeted the very mechanism of perception. I crawled on my hands and knees, the rough metal grate of the floor pressing painful patterns into my skin. Standing was an impossibility. The 50-foot drop I could see through the floor was a swirling vortex beckoning me. Then came the impact. It was a dull, heavy thud against the western facing glass, powerful enough to make the entire tower shudder on its steel legs. I cried out, a pathetic whimper lost in the ceaseless whine. I scrambled backwards, pressing myself against the central column, my eyes wide with a terror that went beyond anything I had ever known. There, on the glass, was a greasy, dark smear, catching the faint moonlight. Outside, a shadow blotted out the stars as it passed overhead, vast and swift. The sound of its wings was not a whisper of wind. It was a deep, percussive whoosh of displaced air, the sound of immense power. It was real. It was here, and it was trying to get in. The siege had entered its final stage. The sound intensified, the clicks and chittering now interspersed with a low, guttural growl that I could feel vibrating up through the tower's legs. The glass began to creak under a new, intermittent pressure. It was testing the walls of my cage, searching for a weakness. My barricade on the trapdoor felt laughably inadequate. I was a specimen in a jar, and the collector was growing impatient. In that moment of absolute despair, a spark ignited in the ruins of my analytical mind. It was a desperate, insane idea, born not of hope but a pure defiant rage. I was an audio engineer. Sound was my domain. This creature was using it as a weapon, but a weapon can be countered. I couldn't block the signal. It was as pervasive as the air itself. But what if I could cancel it? Phase cancellation. The concept was fundamental audio physics. If you take a sound wave and introduce an identical wave with its polarity inverted, the two waves cancel each other out, resulting in silence. It was my job. I did it every day in the studio to eliminate unwanted noise. Could I do it here? Could I create a pocket of acoustic silence, a small zone of sanity in the middle of this sonic assault? The plan was madness. It would require me to reverse the function of my most sensitive equipment, turning my parabolic microphone a delicate instrument for listening, into a crude sonic cannon, I would have to synthesize the exact frequency of the creature's call, invert its phase, and then broadcast it with enough power to overwhelm the original source. My equipment wasn't designed for this. I could destroy it all. I could deafen myself. But the alternative was to sit here and wait for the glass to break. Fueled by a surge of adrenaline that temporarily cut through the dizziness, I crawled to my workstation. My hands shook violently as I rerouted cables and bypassed safety limiters. My laptop screen swam before my eyes, the spectrogram a pulsing, malevolent line. I captured a clean sample of the signal, a perfect digital copy of my tormentor's voice. With a few keystrokes, I inverted its waveform, creating its digital ghost, its perfect opposite. Now for the hard part. To broadcast the counter signal effectively, I needed to be outside. The glass walls of the tower would reflect and distort the wave, rendering it useless. I had to get the parabolic dish onto the catwalk. I had to face the source of the sound. Unholting the trapdoor was the hardest thing I have ever done. Each metallic clank was deafeningly loud, a declaration of my intent. As I pushed the heavy door open, the raw, unfiltered sound of the night washed over me. It was a physical blow. The high-frequency whine was 10 times louder out here, and the vertigo hit me with the force of a hammer. The world became a nauseating, spinning blur. The wind tore at my clothes, trying to peel me from the tower. I didn't walk onto the catwalk. I poured myself onto it, clinging to the cold metal with a strength I didn't know I possessed. I was an animal driven by pure survival instinct. I dragged the heavy parabolic dish and its attached amplifier with me, my knuckles scraping raw against the grate. The 50-foot drop below was a churning abyss. Then I saw it. It was perched on the peak of the tower's roof, hunched over like a gargoyle on a cathedral. The moonlight gave its form a terrifying clarity. It was larger than a man, its body a misshapen mass of muscle and dark, matted fur. Its face was a nightmare, pulled from the deepest recesses of the human psyche. The flattened, wrinkled snout and sonar ears of a bat, but the size of a bear's head. And its eyes, they glowed with a soft, internal red light, like embers in a dying fire. They were fixed on me. It wasn't moving. It was just watching me, its head cocked with an air of intelligent curiosity. The chittering sound wasn't coming from its mouth. It seemed to emanate from its entire being, a vibration that shook the very air around it. It knew I was broken. It was waiting for me to stumble, to give in to the dizziness, to take that one final, fatal step. With the last of my strength, I propped the parabolic dish on the railing, aiming it directly at the creature. My finger hovered over the activation switch on the amplifier. This was it. My one shot. My science against its nature. My sound against its. I took one last, shuddering breath, the smell of ozone and damp fur filling my lungs. I looked into its glowing red eyes, and I pressed the button. Final entry in the Osprey Peak Lookout audio log dated August 23rd. The file is 1.7 seconds long. It is labeled RECDPHACANCL ATMPT01. The recording contains a fraction of a second of a high-frequency chittering sound, followed instantaneously by an explosive burst of static so loud it clips into pure digital distortion. Then, silence. The recording ends. My name is Reginald Archer, though anyone who knows me simply calls me Rex. The name, a childhood moniker that stuck, has always felt more fitting than my given one. It suggests a certain ruggedness, a primal authority that I have spent my entire adult life cultivating. For 37 years, I have prided myself on a singular, defining principle: self-sufficiency. I am not a hobbyist who spends weekends in brand name gear, snapping photos for a social media feed. I am a student of the wild, a practitioner of survival in its purest form. I can build a shelter from fallen timber, identify edible and medicinal flora, track game, and navigate by the sun and stars with an accuracy that would make a GPS redundant. My life has been a deliberate and disciplined rejection of the fragile dependencies of modern society. This is what brought me to the Fremont, Winema National Forest in Oregon, to a solitary post atop Mount Thielsen. The job was that of a fire lookout, a position most men would consider a form of exile. For me, it was the ultimate test. 6 months of isolation, with only a radio for emergencies and a pulley system for bi-weekly supplies. It was a chance to exist in a state of pure symbiosis with nature. To prove, if only to myself, that I could be a self-contained unit, an entity independent of the sprawling, interconnected world below. The lookout tower, named Aspen, was a quaint, almost anachronistic structure. A single 14 by 14-foot room perched on 50-foot stilts of treated timber, accessible by a daunting flight of 7 steep, narrow staircases. The room itself was ringed with glass windows, offering a breathtaking 360-degree panorama of the Oregon wilderness. Below, a sea of pine and fir rolled out in every direction, a vast, undulating carpet of green broken only by the gray, granite peaks of the Cascade Range. For the first few weeks, it was paradise. My days fell into a comfortable, meditative rhythm. I'd wake with the sun, the cool mountain air a clean, sharp tonic. I'd brew coffee on a small propane stove, its hiss the only sound besides the whisper of the wind. My duties were simple: scan the horizon for smoke, record weather data, and maintain the tower. The rest of the time was my own. I read thick books on philosophy and history. I practiced my knots. I charted the constellations in a leather-bound journal. I felt a profound sense of peace, a rightness of being. My confidence, already substantial, swelled. I was master of my domain, a king in a wooden castle, observing my silent, sprawling kingdom. The first discordant note in this symphony of solitude was subtle, easily dismissed. I kept a standard rain gauge bolted to the railing of the catwalk that encircled the cabin. One morning, after a night of clear, starry skies, I found it on the ground below, shattered. The metal bracket was bent at a severe angle, twisted as if by a giant's hand. My first thought was a bear. A large black bear, perhaps, curious and clumsy, might have swatted at it. It was plausible. I made a note in my log, retrieved the broken pieces, and resolved to install the replacement in a less accessible spot. Still, a small, nagging question remained. The railing was high, and the gauge was secured tightly. It would have required considerable, deliberate force to break it free. I pushed the thought aside. In the wild, you don't waste energy on unprovable anxieties. You assess, you adapt, you move on. 2 weeks later, the second incident occurred. It was time for my supply drop. I'd radioed in my list and waited for the ranger's truck to appear as a tiny speck on the distant access road. As per procedure, I lowered the heavy-duty canvas bag using the pulley system, a thick, braided nylon rope running from a davit on a cack down to the clearing below. The ranger, a grizzled man named Henderson, loaded the supplies, gave a wave, and I began the arduous task of hoisting the bag. Halfway up, with a sickening jolt, the rope went slack. The bag, filled with canned goods, batteries, and other essentials, plummeted 50 feet, bursting on impact. I stared down in disbelief at the mess of crushed cans and scattered supplies. Cursing, I hauled up the rope. The end was not frayed or broken. It was chewed through. The fibers were mangled, severed by what looked like immense, powerful teeth. This was not a bear. A bear might claw or bite at a rope, but this was different. The damage was too clean, too focused. It was an act of sabotage. My heart began to beat a little faster. I scanned the dense tree line that bordered the clearing, my eyes tracing the deep shadows between the ancient pines. Nothing. Just the wind and the endless, indifferent green. That night, sleep did not come easily. Every creak of the tower, every rustle of leaves in the wind, sounded like a footstep. I sat in the dark, my shotgun resting across my lap, and watched the moon cast long, skeletal shadows across the landscape. The feeling of peaceful solitude had evaporated, replaced by a cold, prickling sense of being watched. The glimpses started then. They were never direct. I would be scanning the eastern ridge, and in the periphery of my vision, a flicker of movement. Something tall and dark, disappearing behind a rock outcropping the instant I tried to focus on it. I'd be reading by the light of my lantern, and a shadow would pass over the catwalk, too large and too quick to be a bird. I told myself it was the isolation. My mind, starved for stimulus, was creating phantoms. I was a rational man, a survivalist. I understood the psychological pressures of solitude. But the feeling persisted, a primal instinct screaming that I was no longer the only predator on this mountain. The true unadulterated terror began last week. It started on a Tuesday morning. I woke to a foul, coppery smell hanging in the air. From the catwalk, I looked down at the clearing below. There, laid out with an almost ceremonial precision, at the northernmost edge of the clearing, was a dead deer. Its neck was broken, its body otherwise untouched. It wasn't a kill from a wolf or a cougar they would have fed. This was a statement, a marker. My blood ran cold. This was intelligent. This was a message I could not misinterpret. I was being tested, toyed with, by something that understood symbols. I spent the day in a state of high alert, my shotgun never leaving my side. I reinforced the door to the cabin and barricaded the trapdoor that led to the catwalk stairs. The vast wilderness that had once been my sanctuary now felt like a cage, and I was the animal on display. The next morning, the smell was back. I forced myself to look. At the eastern edge of the clearing, directly opposite the deer, lay the mangled carcass of a coyote. Its body was torn apart with a ferocity that defied explanation. Another marker, a pattern was forming. North, then east. My mind, trained to see patterns in nature, raced ahead to a horrifying conclusion. The following day, my fears were confirmed. A black bear, its skull crushed, was placed at the southern point. And this morning, completing the circle, was a full-grown cougar at the western edge. A perfect, gruesome compass. A deer, a coyote, a bear, a cougar. North, east, south, west. It had laid a perimeter. It had drawn a circle around my tower with the bodies of the forest's most powerful creatures. It wasn't just hunting me. It was penning me in. It was building something, a territorial boundary or a ritual site, with me at the epicenter. The Oregon Dogman, the creature from local legends I had dismissed as rural folklore, was real. And I, Rex, the ultimate survivalist, was trapped in its cage. The sun is setting now, painting the sky in hues of orange and blood. I don't know what it wants, but I know the testing is over. The circle is complete. Tonight, it's coming for me. Panic is a luxury a man in my position cannot afford. It is a corrosive agent that eats away at reason, leaving only raw, useless instinct. As the last sliver of sun vanished behind the jagged peaks, I forced the terror down, compressing it into a cold, hard diamond of focus in my gut. The circle was complete. The invitation had been delivered. Now, the guest of honor was due to arrive. My sanctuary had become a baited trap, and I was the bait. But this bait had teeth. I spent the twilight hours turning my 14 by 14-foot glass box into a fortress. I moved my heavy footlocker and table, wedging them against the door. I double-checked the barricade on the trapdoor. My resources were limited, but my knowledge was not. I had a 12-gauge shotgun, 2 boxes of shells, a hunting knife, a flare gun, and the considerable contents of my own mind. Night fell not as a blanket, but as a shroud. The familiar, comforting sounds of the forest died away, replaced by an oppressive, listening silence. The wind itself seemed to hold its breath. I sat in the center of the room, on the floor, to present the smallest possible target from any window. My shotgun was loaded, the safety off, its cool steel a grim comfort in my hands. Hours passed. 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock. The silence stretched my nerves taut. My mind, a traitor, began to play tricks. A branch scraping against a window sounded like a claw. The groan of the tower settling sounded like a footstep on the stairs. I fought it, anchoring myself to the present, to the cold reality of the weapon in my hands. Then it came. It was not a sound at first, but a vibration. A low, rhythmic thudding that traveled up the 50-foot stilts of the tower and into the floorboards. It was the sound of immense weight being thrown against the base of my perch. Thud. The whole structure shuddered. Thud. A jar of coffee beans rattled off a shelf and shattered on the floor. Thud. The windows hummed with the strain. It was testing the foundations. A contractor assessing a demolition. I scrambled to the west-facing window, the one furthest from the stairs, and peered down into the moon-drenched clearing. I saw nothing but the dark, monolithic shapes of the support beams. But I knew it was there. Just below me, a monster cloaked in the tower's own shadow. The thudding stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I waited, every muscle coiled. A new sound began, a dry, scraping rasp. It was coming from the stairs. It was climbing. My blood turned to ice. The steps were made of steel grating. I should have been able to hear its footfalls, the scrape of claw on metal. But there was nothing. Only the slow, deliberate, and impossibly silent ascent. It was defying the laws of physics, moving its colossal weight without a sound. This creature was not just an animal, it was a ghost. A 7-foot, tall, preternaturally intelligent ghost. I aimed the shotgun at the trapdoor. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The scraping stopped directly beneath the trapdoor. I could feel its presence, a palpable aura of malevolence seeping through the floor. I imagined it there, its wolf-like head tilted, listening, waiting. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Then, a low, guttural sound rumbled from below. It was a voice, or something that wanted to be a voice. It was a twisted, distorted mimicry of human speech, a sound forged in a throat not meant for words. R-E-sex-X. It rasped, drawing out my name into a horrifying death rattle. That broke me. The cold diamond of focus in my gut shattered into 1,000 shards of pure terror. This thing knew my name. It had heard me on the radio, perhaps. The thought that it had been listening, studying me for weeks, was more terrifying than any physical threat. This was not a beast driven by hunger. This was a demon driven by a horrifying, alien intellect. I screamed, a raw, primal sound of defiance, and fired a shell straight through the trapdoor. The blast was deafening in the enclosed space. Wood splintered downwards. A high-pitched shriek, a sound of pain and fury, answered from below. It was followed by a tremendous crash as the creature, no longer silent, scrambled or fell down the stairs. I didn't wait. I knew I had only bought myself time. The psychological warfare had failed, so it would resort to brute force. My fortress was a prison, and its walls were glass. I had to change the equation. I had to get out of the tower. It was a suicidal thought, but staying was a death sentence. A plan born of desperation began to form. I grabbed my climbing rope and harness, my knife and the flare gun. I worked frantically, my mind clear for the first time in hours. I smashed out a window on the east side, the side opposite the stairs. The cold night air rushed in, carrying the scent of pine and the metallic tang of blood, its blood. I anchored the rope to the central support column of the cabin, a thick steel pipe that ran from floor to ceiling. I strapped on the harness, clipped in my descender, and threw the rest of the rope out the window. It snaked down into the darkness. I took one last look at my sanctuary, now a violated shell, and stepped out into the void. Rappelling down the side of the tower was a terrifying, controlled fall. My life depended on a single rope and a few metal clips. Below me, the circle of dead animals gleamed faintly in the moonlight, a grotesque welcome mat. I landed softly on the pine needles at the base, unclipped, and immediately pressed myself into the deep shadow of a support beam. Could hear it moving in the trees on the far side of the clearing, near the stairs. It was hurt, letting out low, pained growls. I had the element of surprise. My plan was simple: get to the Ranger's access road, a 2-mile hike through the dark woods, and run. It was a fool's hope, but it was the only one I had. I began to move, using every ounce of my survivalist training to melt into the shadows, a ghost in my own right. I was halfway across the clearing when it emerged from the tree line. The moonlight caught it, and for the first time, I saw it clearly. The stories, the legends did not do it justice. It was easily 7, maybe 8 feet tall, standing on 2 long, digitigrade legs that gave it a hunched, predatory posture. Its body was lean but powerfully muscled, covered in coarse, dark fur. But the head was a nightmare. It was the head of a colossal wolf, but the eyes were not the eyes of any animal I had ever seen. They glowed with a faint, internal luminescence like dying coals, and they burned with a terrifying, calculating intelligence. It held its left arm close to its body. My shotgun blast had hit its mark. Dark blood dripped from its claws onto the forest floor. It sniffed the air, its great head turning, its nostrils flaring. Its glowing eyes swept the clearing, and then, with horrifying speed, they locked directly onto mine. There was no surprise in its gaze, only a cold, ancient malice. It knew I was there. It had been waiting for me to come down. The whole attack had been a feint, a maneuver to flush me out of my defensive position and into its territory. The hunter had become the hunted. It let out a low growl, a sound that vibrated in my bones, and took a step towards me. My name, Reginald Archer, the identity I had so carefully constructed, meant nothing here. I was just Rex. I was just meat. Flight is the response of prey. For my entire adult life, I had conditioned myself to be a predator. but standing in the moonlit clearing, with the creature's glowing eyes locked on mine, every cell in my body screamed a single, primal command: run. My 37 years of training, my carefully constructed identity as the self-sufficient man, crumbled to dust in the face of that ancient, malevolent gaze. I was no longer Reginald Archer, the survivalist. I was Rex, the meat, and the meat wanted to live. The creature took another step, a slow, deliberate movement that was pure, terrifying confidence. It knew it had won. It closed the distance with the unhurried grace of a killer that has all the time in the world. My legs were frozen, my lungs paralyzed, but my hand, acting on some vestigial instinct, tightened on the cold plastic of the flare gun tucked into my belt. It wasn't a weapon of choice, but it was the only weapon I had left. A tool designed to create light and sound, the two things this creature of silent darkness seemed to despise. As it lunged, the world slowed to a crawl. I saw the extension of its uninjured arm, the glint of moonlight on claws as long as daggers. I saw its jaw open, revealing rows of yellowed, wolf-like teeth. In that split second, the paralysis broke. I didn't aim. I simply reacted. I ripped the flare gun from my belt, jammed it upwards towards the nightmarish face, and pulled the trigger. The result was explosive. A brilliant ball of magnesium, white fire erupted from the barrel with a deafening whoosh. It struck the creature square in the face. The night was banished, replaced by a blinding, artificial sun. The creature shrieked. A sound that was no longer a guttural growl, but a high-pitched scream of pure agony. It recoiled violently, clawing at its face, its glowing eyes extinguished by the searing flare. The smell of burning hair and scorched flesh filled the air, a sickening counterpoint to the scent of pine. I didn't wait to admire my handiwork. The moment the flare hit, I turned and ran. I plunged into the dark forest, away from the clearing, away from the screaming, blinded monster. I ran with a desperation I had never known, my feet stumbling over roots and rocks I couldn't see. Behind me, the creature's shrieks of pain morphed back into howls of incandescent rage. I had heard it. I had challenged it. Now it would not just kill me, it would tear me apart. The forest, once my kingdom, was now a treacherous maze. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes. I ran blindly, fueled by pure adrenaline, my only guide the downward slope of the mountain. The access road was south, 2 miles away. 2 miles of hell, with a demon on my heels. I could hear it crashing through the undergrowth behind me. It was faster than me, even wounded and blinded. The sounds grew closer, a relentless, terrifying pursuit. Its heavy footfalls shook the very ground. I could hear its ragged, furious breathing. My lungs burned. My legs felt like lead. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw it. The flare had burned out, and its eyes were beginning to glow again. 2 malevolent embers in the darkness. It was gaining. I pushed myself harder, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. I was a survivalist. I knew how to use the terrain. I veered sharply to the right, towards a dense thicket of thorny bushes I had noted on my earlier explorations. I dove through them without hesitation, the thorns ripping at my skin, and scrambled up a steep, rocky embankment on the other side. The creature, blinded by rage, crashed straight through the thicket instead of going around. It howled in frustration as the thorns tore at its flesh, slowing it for precious seconds. I used the opportunity to put more distance between us, my mind racing. I couldn't outrun it. I had to outthink it. But how do you outthink something that has been hunting these woods, since before the first men arrived. My only hope was the road, the world of men, of asphalt and steel, a place this ancient thing might not be willing to follow. I could hear it coming again, its rage giving it renewed speed. I was flagging, my energy reserves depleted. I stumbled and fell, my knee cracking against a stone. Pain shot up my leg, white, hot and blinding. I tried to stand, but my leg buckled. It was over. I rolled onto my back, my hunting knife in my hand, a useless sliver of steel against such a foe. I would die here in the dark, another animal carcass in the Oregon wilderness. The creature burst through the trees, a hulking silhouette of nightmare against the starry sky. It stood over me, its chest heavy. The fur on its face was blackened and singed. One of its eyes was a ruined, weeping socket. The other burned with a hatred that was almost human. It raised its clawed hand for the final blow. And then, a new light sliced through the darkness. A new sound broke the silence of the forest. Headlights. Twin beams of brilliant white light swept over us, followed by the roar of a diesel engine and the crunch of tires on a gravel road. The creature froze, its head snapping towards the sound. It was confused. This sudden intrusion of the modern world into its ancient domain. A ranger's truck, probably Henderson on an unscheduled patrol, was barreling down the access road not 50 yards away. The creature looked from the truck back to me, its one good eye filled with a frustrated fury. It let out a final, guttural snarl, a promise of future violence. Then, with a speed that defied its size, it turned and vanished back into the impenetrable darkness of the woods. It melted into the shadows as if it were made of them. I lay there, gasping on the ground, as the truck screeched to a halt beside me. The door flew open, and Henderson was there, his own shotgun in his hands, his face a mask of disbelief. He saw my condition, the blood, the terror in my eyes, and helped me to my feet. I didn't say a word. I couldn't. I just pointed a trembling finger into the dark woods where the monster had disappeared. He didn't ask questions. He helped me into the truck and drove away, leaving Mount Thielsen and its dark secret behind. I never went back. I quit the Forest Service the next day. My 37 years of self-sufficiency were a sham, a child's fantasy. I had faced the true, untamed wilderness, and it had almost devoured me. I am back in the city now, surrounded by concrete and steel, by the noise and the light that I once despised. But I never feel safe. I see those glowing eyes in every dark alley, hear that guttural voice in every whisper of the wind. My name is Reginald Archer, but that man died on the mountain. Call me Rex. I'm a survivor. And I know what's out there, in the deep, dark places of the world, waiting. My official title is audio preservationist, but that sounds like someone who digitizes dusty LPs in a museum basement. What I really am is a sonic naturalist. I hunt for the last truly quiet places on Earth. My name is Chloe, and for the past decade, my work has taken me from the anechoic chambers of university labs to the sound, swallowing depths of remote cave systems. My goal has always been the same: to capture and archive pristine audio landscapes, untouched by the incessant drone of human activity. It's a quest for purity, for the planet's original soundscape. This year, my project led me here, to a steel and glass box perched on stilts atop a lonely peak in the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest, with Mount St. Helens serving as a silent, brooding neighbor. My summer job as a fire lookout was the perfect cover, a way to fund my research while immersing myself in an environment I hoped would be the crown jewel of my collection. The sound of absolute, profound silence. The Osprey Peak Lookout isn't a cabin, it's an instrument. A 360-degree glass-walled room on a 50-foot tower designed for one-purpose observation. From my perch, I could see for 100 miles on a clear day. The Cascades unfolded like a crumpled map of green and gray, a tapestry of ancient forests, volcanic plains, and jagged ridges. By day, it was a place of breathtaking, almost overwhelming beauty. The sun would warm the glass, and the wind, my only constant companion, would sing 1,000 different songs against the steel struts and antenna wires. I spent my days dutifully scanning the horizon for smoke, mapping my quadrant, and reporting my observations via a crackling single sideband radio. But my true work began at dusk. As the sun bled out behind the western peaks, painting the sky in violent shades of orange and purple, a different world emerged. The silence I craved began to settle, pressing in on the tower. It wasn't an absence of sound, not truly. It was a presence. It was the whisper of wind through pine needles, the distant hoot of an owl, the infinitesimal rustle of a creature in the undergrowth 1,000 feet below. These were the sounds I came for. My equipment was my sanctuary. I had a custom-built parabolic microphone array, sensitive enough to pick up a beetle's footsteps on a leaf from 50 yards. My primary recorder was a modified Nagra, a classic piece of audio hardware I'd retrofitted with experimental solid-state preamps. And at the heart of it all was my laptop, running a suite of spectral analysis software that could visualize sound in real time, painting a picture of the invisible acoustic world around me. I was a cartographer of frequencies, and this tower was my crow's nest. For the first 2 weeks, it was bliss. I captured the low, resonant hum of the earth itself. I recorded the ultrasonic chatter of bats, slowing it down to reveal intricate social calls. I even captured the faint, percussive patter of a meteor shower, the sound of cosmic dust burning up in the atmosphere, a sound so faint it was more a feeling than something heard. I was cataloging the voice of the wilderness, and it was more beautiful than I had ever imagined. The anomaly first appeared on the third Tuesday. It was just after 2 a.m., a time when the forest was at its most still. I was monitoring the live feed, watching the gentle, rolling hills of the spectrogram on my screen, when a line appeared. It was a perfect, razor-thin spike at the extreme upper edge of the spectrum, around 19.8 kilohertz, just on the cusp of human hearing, a frequency most adults can no longer perceive. It was so clean, so unnatural. It looked like an error, a feedback loop, perhaps, or a glitch in the hardware. I ran a diagnostic. Everything was nominal. The spike remained, a persistent, needle-thin line of pure tone. Curiosity, the engineer's instinct, took over. Fear hadn't entered the equation yet. This was a puzzle. I put on my studio-grade headphones, the ones that seal completely around the ears, and isolated the frequency. I cranked the gain, my fingers flying across the digital console, applying filters to scrub away the ambient hiss of the forest and the low hum of my own equipment. I was diving deep into the sound, peeling back its layers. When I finally played it back, stripped of all context, the hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. It was a call. There was no other word for it. It wasn't a random burst of static or a harmonic from a distant power line. It was a complex, structured sound, a rapid-fire series of clicks and chittering noises, interspersed with a strange, guttural pop. It had a cadence, a rhythm that felt deliberate. It was utterly alien, unlike any animal vocalization I had ever heard or studied. It was high, pitched, and piercing, and even through the headphones, it seemed to vibrate in my sinuses, a deeply unpleasant, invasive sensation. I saved the file, labeling it UNK Sigma U1, my hand trembling slightly as I typed. That night, my sleep was shattered by a nightmare, so vivid it felt like a memory. I was standing on the catwalk that encircled the tower, the cold metal biting into my bare feet. The wind was screaming, trying to tear me from my perch, and I was falling, the stomach lurching. Weightless plunge into darkness. But I didn't hit the ground. Something snatched me from the air. The sensation was brutally physical. A crushing grip, a smell like damp earth and spoiled meat. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it huge. Leathery wings beating against the air. A powerful, rhythmic thump. Thump, thump that was both a sound and a physical blow. I woke up tangled in my sheets, my heart hankering against my ribs, slick with a cold sweat that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. The feeling of falling lingered, a phantom vertigo that made the room tilt and sway. I tried to rationalize it. The sound was a bat, an insect, a malfunctioning piece of equipment from a distant FAA tower. The nightmare was a product of isolation stress and an overactive imagination fueled by a strange noise. I spent the next day trying to debunk my own experience, running the sound file through every diagnostic I could think of. I compared it to databases of known animal calls, from the smallest shrew to the largest elk. Nothing matched, not even close. As night fell again, I found myself drawn back to my equipment, a moth to a flame. I aimed the parabolic dish in the direction I thought the sound had come from, the dark, heavily forested slopes of the mountain, and I waited. For hours, there was only the familiar, comforting symphony of the wilderness. Then, at 1:47 a.m., it returned. The spike shot up the spectrogram, as clean and sharp as before. But this time, it was different. It was louder, more insistent, and it had changed. The pattern of clicks and pops was more complex, faster. It felt less like a broadcast and more like a response, as if it knew I was listening. I recorded it again, my breath held tight in my chest. I isolated the signal, my fingers moving with a practiced urgency. I played it back. The chittering was higher, more frantic. And this time, woven deep within the alien clicks, I heard something else. A faint, distorted, but unmistakable sound. It was the sound of my own name, Chloe. It was warped, as if spoken through water or by a throat not designed for human words, but it was there. A single, chilling whisper, hidden inside a call from the edge of hearing. I ripped the headphones from my ears, my heart seizing. The tower, once my sanctuary, suddenly felt like a cage. A glass cage suspended in the darkness, with 100 miles of wilderness staring back. And somewhere out there, in the deep, silent woods, something was calling for me. Sleep did not come again that night. How could it? My name, whispered by an impossible voice from the heart of the wilderness, had shattered the scientific detachment. I clung to like a shield. The tower was no longer a laboratory, it was a cage. And the delicate hum of my equipment now sounded like the ticking of a clock counting down to something dreadful. I spent the hours until dawn with my back pressed into a corner, away from the vast, dark panes of glass, clutching a heavy maglite like a club. Every gust of wind was the beat of leathery wings. Every shadow that danced in the periphery of my vision was a looming figure. The silence I had come here to cherish had been violated, replaced by a ringing anticipation in my ears. When the first weak light of dawn finally covered the horizon, it didn't bring relief, only a clearer view of how utterly alone I was. The forest, once a subject of serene beauty, now looked like a dark, churning ocean, and my tower was a tiny, fragile raft. My scientific curiosity had curdled into a primal need for answers. I abandoned my audio equipment and turned to the tower's only other source of information, a small, dusty bookshelf containing old Forest Service manuals, botanical guides, and a few tattered paperbacks on local history and folklore, left behind by generations of lookouts before me. My hands, still trembling, sifted through the books. Most were useless. Geological surveys of the 1980 eruption of Mount St. Helens, guides to identifying edible fungi. But then I found it. A self-published, spiral-bound book titled Weird: Washington Myths and Monsters of the Cascade Range. The cover was a crude drawing of a hairy, ape-like creature. Bigfoot, I assumed. I almost dismissed it, but a desperate, irrational hope made me open it. I scanned the table of contents, my eyes catching on a chapter title, The Devil of App Canyon and the Winged Terror of St. Helens. My blood ran cold. I flipped to the page. The text was accompanied by grainy, black and white photos and amateurish sketches. It recounted old tales from local loggers and native tribes, stories of a large, winged primate said to haunt the slopes of the volcano. The descriptions varied, but a few terrifying details were consistent across the accounts. A creature as large as a man, with the face of a bat, glowing red eyes, and immense, leathery wings. The local name for it sent a fresh wave of dread through me. Batsquatch. It sounded absurd, like something from a low-budget horror movie. My rational mind, the part of me that calibrated microphones and analyzed waveforms, screamed in protest. This was folklore, campfire stories designed to scare tourists. But as I read on, the details began to align with my experience in a way that was too chilling to ignore. Several accounts mentioned the creature emitting a high-pitched, chattering call, a sound described as unsettling and unnatural. One story, from a hiker in the 1970s who claimed to have survived an encounter, was particularly horrifying. He wrote that the creature's call made him feel sick and dizzy, overcome by a sudden, crippling vertigo that made him stumble and fall. He only escaped because his dog attacked the creature, giving him time to flee. Vertigo. The word slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. The nightmare. The feeling of falling of the world tilting on its axis. The lingering dizziness I'd felt upon waking. It wasn't just a dream. It was a symptom. A horrifying hypothesis began to form in my mind, a bridge between folklore and audio science. What if the call wasn't just a vocalization? What if it was a weapon? A bioacoustic lure? The frequency, 19.8 kilohertz, was specifically targeted. It was at the very edge of the human auditory range, a frequency that could have profound, subliminal effects on the inner ear, the organ that governs our sense of balance. The chittering, clicking cadence wasn't a language, it was a modulation, designed to amplify the disorienting effect. It was designed to induce vertigo, to make you dizzy, to make you lose your footing, to make you step out onto the catwalk for a breath of fresh air, where you would be exposed, vulnerable, 50 feet above the ground. It was a hunting tactic. The nightmare hadn't been a random creation of my subconscious. It had been in suggestion, a psychological probe planted in my mind by the sound, testing my susceptibility, and the whisper of my name. That was the final, terrifying piece. It was mimicry, a lure tailored specifically for me, proof that this thing was not just an animal. It was intelligent. It was learning. Fear, cold and absolute, now replaced my scientific analysis. I was prey. The creature wasn't just making a noise. It was actively hunting me, using my own senses against me. I scrambled to the tower's trapdoor, the only way in or out, and threw the heavy steel bolts into place. I wedged the handle of a broom under the latch for good measure. I was sealed in. The next 2 days were a slow descent into madness. I stopped sleeping, subsisting on stale crackers and lukewarm water from my canteen. I couldn't bring myself to use the radio. What would I say? Hello, dispatch. There's a monster outside my tower, and it's trying to make me dizzy. They would think I'd lost my mind. Maybe I had. The sound came back each night, just as I knew it would. And it was getting louder, more insistent. On the first night after locking myself in, I could hear it without the headphones, a faint, high-pitched whine that seemed to come from the glass itself. I sat in my corner, watching the spectrogram on my laptop, which I'd left running. The spike was thicker now, pulsing with a malevolent energy. It was no longer just a call, it was a siege. By the third night, the sound was undeniable, a constant, piercing hum that drilled into my skull. It was a physical presence in the small room, making my teeth ache and the fillings in my molars vibrate. The glass walls, my window to the world, now felt like the thinnest possible membrane, separating me from the thing that was making the noise. I would catch myself, staring out into the oppressive darkness, my eyes straining to see past the reflection of my own terrified face. And the vertigo was getting worse. It came in waves, sudden lurches that made the floor seem to drop away beneath me. I had to brace myself against the central column of the tower to keep from falling. Looking down through the floor grates at the ground, 50 feet below became an act of sheer will, each glance sending a fresh wave of nausea and disorientation through me. The catwalk, the narrow metal walkway just outside the glass, became the most terrifying place on Earth. It was exactly where the sound wanted me to go. I haven't left the inside of this tower in 3 days. I've barricaded the trapdoor, but it feels like a flimsy gesture. The sound is so loud now, so pervasive, I can hear it even with my ears plugged. It's inside my head. The chittering, the cutting high-frequency whine that promises a long fall into darkness. My sanctuary has become a resonant chamber, amplifying my terror. And I'm starting to feel very, very dizzy. The whole world is starting to tilt. The world no longer tilted, it spun. The floor of the tower had become the wall of a centrifuge, and I was pinned to it by a force that was both physical and auditory. The high-frequency sound was no longer just a noise in my head. It was the engine driving the relentless vertigo. My scientific mind, the last bastion of my sanity, was crumbling. Logic had no defense against a weapon that targeted the very mechanism of perception. I crawled on my hands and knees, the rough metal grate of the floor pressing painful patterns into my skin. Standing was an impossibility. The 50-foot drop I could see through the floor was a swirling vortex beckoning me. Then came the impact. It was a dull, heavy THD against the western-facing glass, powerful enough to make the entire tower shudder on its steel legs. I cried out, a pathetic whimper lost in the ceaseless whine. I scrambled backwards, pressing myself against the central column, my eyes wide with a terror that went beyond anything I had ever known. There, on the glass, was a greasy, dark smear catching the faint moonlight. Outside, a shadow blotted out the stars as it passed overhead, vast and swift. The sound of its wings was not a whisper of wind. It was a deep, percussive whoosh of displaced air, the sound of immense power. It was real. It was here, and it was trying to get in. The siege had entered its final stage. The sound intensified, the clicks and chittering now interspersed with a low, guttural growl that I could feel vibrating up through the tower's legs. The glass began to creak under a new, intermittent pressure. It was testing the walls of my cage, searching for a weakness. My barricade on the trapdoor felt laughably inadequate. I was a specimen in a jar, and the collector was growing impatient. In that moment of absolute despair, a spark ignited in the ruins of my analytical mind. It was a desperate, insane idea born not of hope but of pure defiant rage. I was an audio engineer. Sound was my domain. This creature was using it as a weapon. But a weapon can be countered. I couldn't block the signal. It was as pervasive as the air itself. But what if I could cancel it? Phase cancellation. The concept was fundamental audio physics. If you take a sound wave and introduce an identical wave with its polarity inverted, the two waves cancel each other out, resulting in silence. It was my job. I did it every day in the studio to eliminate unwanted noise. Could I do it here? Could I create a pocket of acoustic silence, a small zone of sanity in the middle of this sonic assault? The plan was madness. It would require me to reverse the function of my most sensitive equipment, turning my parabolic microphone, a delicate instrument for listening, into a crude sonic cannon. I would have to synthesize the exact frequency of the creature's call, invert its phase, and then broadcast it with enough power to overwhelm the original source. My equipment wasn't designed for this. I could destroy it all. I could deafen myself. But the alternative was to sit here and wait for the glass to break. Fueled by a surge of adrenaline that rarely cut through the dizziness, I crawled to my workstation. My hands shook violently as I rerouted cables and bypassed safety limiters. My laptop screen swam before my eyes, the spectrogram a pulsing, malevolent line. I captured a clean sample of the signal, a perfect digital copy of my tormentor's voice. With a few keystrokes, I inverted its waveform, creating its digital ghost, its perfect opposite. Now for the hard part. To broadcast the counter signal effectively, I needed to be outside. The glass walls of the tower would reflect and distort the wave, rendering it useless. I had to get the parabolic dish onto the catwalk. I had to face the source of the sound. Unholting the trapdoor was the hardest thing I have ever done. Each metallic clank was deafeningly loud, a declaration of my intent. As I pushed the heavy door open, the raw, unfiltered sound of the night washed over me. It was a physical blow. The high-frequency whine was 10 times louder out here, and the vertigo hit me with the force of a hammer. The world became a nauseating, spinning blur. The wind tore at my clothes, trying to peel me from the tower. I didn't walk onto the catwalk. I poured myself onto it, clinging to the cold metal with a strength I didn't know I possessed. I was an animal driven by pure survival instinct. I dragged the heavy parabolic dish and its attached amplifier with me, my knuckles scraping raw against the grate. The 50-foot drop below was a churning abyss. Then I saw it. It was perched on the peak of the tower's roof, hunched over like a gargoyle on a cathedral. The moonlight gave its form a terrifying clarity. It was larger than a man, its body a misshapen mass of muscle and dark, matted fur. Its face was a nightmare pulled from the deepest recesses of the human psyche. The flattened, wrinkled snout and sonar ears of a bat, but the size of a bear's head. And its eyes, they glowed with a soft, internal red light, like embers in a dying fire. They were fixed on me. It wasn't moving. It was just watching me, its head cocked with an air of intelligent curiosity. The chittering sound wasn't coming from its mouth. It seemed to emanate from its entire being, a vibration that shook the very air around it. It knew I was broken. It was waiting for me to stumble, to give in to the dizziness, to take that one final, fatal step. With the last of my strength, I propped the parabolic dish on the railing, aiming it directly at the creature. My finger hovered over the activation switch on the amplifier. This was it. My one shot. My science against its nature. My sound against its. I took one last, shuddering breath, the smell of ozone and damp fur filling my lungs. I looked into its glowing red eyes, and I pressed the button. Final entry in the Osprey Peak Lookout audio log, dated August 23rd. The file is 1.7 seconds long. It is labeled RECL PHECL ATMPT-01. The recording contains a fraction of a second of a high frequency chittering sound, followed instantaneously by an explosive burst of static so loud it clips into pure digital distortion. Then silence. The recording ends. My name is Arthur Penhalagon. It is a name that has always felt too formal for me, a relic from a grandfather I never met. Better suited for a man who wears suits and shans for a living. I do neither. For the better part of a decade, I have actively sought out professions that require minimal human interaction. I've been a night watchman in a silent museum, a data entry clerk in a windowless basement office, and for one long, cold winter, the sole caretaker of a remote fishing lodge in the off-season. Each job was a stepping stone, leading me further away from the noise and clutter of society, and deeper into the quiet solitude I craved. So, when I saw the posting for a seasonal fire lookout in the vast, green wilderness of the Oregon National Forest, it felt less like a job application and more like a calling. The description itself was a poem of isolation, long periods of solitude, basic living conditions, and a singular, focused responsibility. For most, the line, "must be comfortable with being alone for extended durations," would be a deterrent. For me, it was the primary qualification, the core feature. The loneliness wasn't a bug, it was the entire point. My post is the Opal Ridge Lookout, a 70-foot steel skeleton with a small glass and wood cabin perched on top, like a bird's nest on a power line. It's a relic from the 1930s, and it feels like it. The wind, a constant companion at this altitude, makes the whole structure groan and sigh, like an old man settling into a chair. The stairs are a dizzying spiral of grated metal, and on windy days, the ascent feels like climbing the rigging of a ship in a storm. Inside, the cabin is a single 14 by 14-foot room, walled on all four sides by large glass pane windows. It's a panopticon of wilderness. My world is a 360-degree diorama of rolling hills, dense pine forests, and the distant, hazy blue peaks of the Cascade Range. My days fell into a rhythm dictated by the sun. I'd wake before dawn, the sky a soft, bruised purple, and make coffee on a small propane stove. The main part of my job was simple to watch. I'd spend hours scanning the horizon, my eyes tracing the endless sea of treetops, using the Osborne Fire Finder, a beautiful brass instrument that looks like a cross between a compass and a small cannon, to pinpoint the location of any smoke I saw. I'd record weather data, check the radio for official broadcasts from the ranger station, and make notes in the logbook. My neat cursive a stark contrast to the frantic, spidery handwriting of lookouts from decades past. The silence was immense, broken only by the wind, the caw of a raven, or the distant chittering of a squirrel. It was a perfect, peaceful, and profoundly lonely existence. It was during a particularly quiet afternoon in my third week, with the sky a brilliant, cloudless blue and the air still, that I decided to clean out the storage locker built into the floor of the cabin. It was filled with the ghosts of lookouts past. Yellowed paperback novels with cracked spines, a rusty can of what might have once been beans, and a collection of empty whiskey bottles that told a story of their own. Tucked away in the very back, under a stiff, folded canvas tarp, was a box. Inside I found an old battery-powered radio. It wasn't the standard Forest Service issue model I used for my daily check-ins. This one was older, heavier, with a dark green metal casing and a hand crank generator on the side. It was a piece of history, likely left behind and forgotten for half a century. Curiosity got the better of me. I spent an hour cleaning it, wiping away layers of dust and grime, checking the connections. The batteries were long dead, of course, but the hand crank felt solid. For fun, more than anything else, I started turning it. The gears inside whined in protest, a rusty, metallic complaint against the silence. I cranked faster, building up a charge, and a faint, staticky hiss began to emanate from the speaker. It was the sound of nothing, the sound of empty airwaves. I picked up the microphone, its plastic cool in my hand. It felt silly, like a kid playing with a toy. "This is Opal Ridge Lookout. Calling any station," I said, my own voice sounding strange and loud in the quiet cabin. "Anyone out there?" Only static answered, a thick, rushing sound like a waterfall. I was about to put the microphone down, to relegate the old radio back to its crypt in the floor, when something changed. A crackle, a pop, and then, through the hiss, a voice. "Read you, Opal Ridge." Faintly. "Who is this?" My heart hammered against my ribs. It was a genuine shock, a sudden, unexpected tear in the fabric of my solitude. I grabbed the crank and turned it with renewed vigor. "This is Arthur Penhalagon at Opal Ridge," I transmitted, trying to keep my voice steady. "Who am I speaking with?" The reply came back, a little clearer this time, a man's voice, calm and unhurried. "Nice to meet you, Arthur. This is Jedidiah. I'm over at the old Bear Creek Tower, about 15 miles east of you." Bear Creek. I immediately turned to the large topographical map pinned to the wall. My own tower was marked with a red pin. I let my finger trace the contour lines eastward, past ridges and valleys, until I found it a small black dot, labeled Bear Creek Low. It was there, it was real. A fellow soul marooned on his own island in this vast green ocean. "Bear Creek," I said into the mic, a grin spreading across my face. "It's good to hear a voice, Jed. It gets a little quiet out here. Tell me about it." He chuckled, the sound warm and friendly. "Been a quiet season. A little too quiet. How's the view from Opal Ridge today?" And just like that, we were talking. Not as strangers, but as colleagues, as members of the world's most exclusive club. We talked for hours, until my arm ached from turning the crank, and the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery shades of orange and pink. We talked about the job, the way the smoke from a small campfire looks different from a lightning strike, the particular loneliness of watching a thunderstorm roll in from miles away, knowing you are the tallest metal object for miles. We talked about our lives before this. He'd been doing this for years, he said. It was the only work that ever made sense to him. I told him it was the only work that ever gave me peace. I realized as the stars began to prick the darkening sky, the best friend I'd ever had. For weeks, our conversations became the anchor of my day. I'd do my duties, watch the forest, eat my meals, all with a sense of anticipation for the evening, when I would crank the old radio to life and hear Jed's voice cut through the static. He told me stories of past fires, of bears that tried to climb his tower, of the strange tricks the light plays on you when you've been staring at the horizon for too long. I told him about the books I was reading, about my family back east, who I rarely spoke to, about the simple joy of watching a herd of elk move through a distant meadow. We were each other's only company, two disembodied voices floating over 15 miles of untamed wilderness. His presence was a comfort, a steadying hand in the overwhelming silence. The loneliness I had so actively sought was suddenly gone, replaced by a connection deeper than any I had ever known. The world felt smaller, warmer. I was no longer just a man in a box on a stick. I was Arthur, at Opal Ridge, and my friend Jed was just over the next hill, watching the same sunset, living the same life. I had found my sanctuary, and now, impossibly, I had found a friend to share it with. The weeks that followed my first contact with Jedidiah bled into one another in a pleasant, comfortable haze. The sharp edges of my solitude had been smoothed away, replaced by the warmth of our nightly conversations. My life, once a study in deliberate isolation, now had a new focal point. The forest was no longer just a landscape to be monitored. It was the shared space between my tower and his, the 15 miles of wilderness that connected us. I found myself looking toward Bear Creek often, trying to imagine Jed in his own glass box, looking back toward me. I'd raise my coffee cup in a silent toast to the east each morning, a small ritual that made the vast emptiness feel a little less empty. Our friendship deepened with every turn of the radio crank. We developed our own language, a shorthand of shared experiences. A 3 Raven day was one of unusual quiet, while a ski on fire sunset needed no further explanation. He had a dry wit and a storyteller's gift. He spoke of the forest as if it were a living entity, with moods and intentions of its own. He'd talk about the breathing of the woods on a foggy morning, or the anger of the sky during a lightning storm. His perspective was infectious, and I began to see the world around me through his eyes. It was during one of these conversations, about a month into our strange friendship, that the first discordant note was struck. It was a small thing, easily missed, but it snagged in the back of my mind. We were talking about music, a topic we'd somehow avoided until then. I mentioned a song I couldn't get out of my head, something by a modern indie band I'd been listening to before my ascent. Jed said, his voice thoughtful through the static, "Don't get much of that up here. Got an old record player. But the only thing I've got to spin is a cracked copy of a Johnny Cash album. Folsom Prison Blues is good, but a man can only hear it so many times before he starts feeling the bars close in." He chuckled. Sure would be something to hear one of those new tunes by the Beatles. They still making hits? I paused, my hand still on the crank. The Beatles. It was such an odd question. It wasn't like asking if a classic band was still popular. It was phrased as if they were currently active. I hesitated for a second before replying. "Not for a long time, Jed," I said slowly. "They broke up ages ago. John Lennon, well, he's been gone for decades." There was a long silence on the other end, longer than the usual static-filled pauses. For a moment, I thought I'd lost the signal. "Is that so?" he finally said, his voice sounding distant. "Well, I'll be. Time gets away from you up here. Just gets stretched out. You know. I know what you mean." I lied, forcing a light tone. I dismissed it as a simple slip. Jed was an older fellow. By the sound of him, he'd probably spent most of his life in the woods, disconnected from the flow of modern culture. It was a quirk, nothing more. A funny little anachronism from my new old-fashioned friend. But the conversation felt different after that. A tiny hairline crack had appeared in the smooth surface of our camaraderie. A few days later, a new thought occurred to me. With my powerful binoculars, on a clear day, I could make out individual trees on the ridge, where the Bear Creek Tower was supposed to be. I had never actually tried to spot the tower itself. That afternoon, under a mercilessly clear sky, I propped my elbows on the railing of the catwalk and focused the binoculars on the distant peak. I scanned the ridge back and forth, my eyes straining. I could see the dark green canopy of the pines, the occasional gray jut of a rock formation, the vast blue canvas of the sky behind it. But I couldn't see a tower. There was no glint of sun on glass, no sharp, man-made silhouette against the natural curves of the landscape. My heart sank a little. I told myself it was perfectly logical. 15 miles was a long way. The tower was likely nestled in a spot that was obscured from my precise vantage point, hidden by the curve of a hill or a dense stand of old-growth trees. It had to be. I had the map. I had Jed's voice. Yet, the inability to see it, to have visual confirmation of my friend's existence, was unsettling. It made our connection feel more ethereal, more reliant on a crackling voice from a dusty machine. That evening, I didn't mention my failed attempt at birdwatching. Instead, Jed was in a storytelling mood. He told me about the Great Fire of '68. Not a year, he clarified, but a designation. Fire 68. He described it with a terrifying clarity. The smell of burning pine that preceded the smoke. The sky turning a sickly orange. The roar that sounded like a freight train that never passed. It came up the valley faster than a man could run, he said, his voice low and somber. Had a young fellow in the tower over at Hemlock Butte that year. Green kid. Panicked. Tried to run for it. They found him at the bottom of the stairs. The fire just took him. Sucked the air right out of his lungs. He paused. "You don't ever run. Arthur, you hear me? You stay put. You stay in the tower. It's the safest place to be." The story chilled me. It wasn't just the grim details, but the way he told it, with a fatalistic calm that felt ancient. It was a warning, a piece of hard-earned wisdom, but it left a dark residue in my mind. The image of the boy at the bottom of the stairs haunted me as I tried to sleep that night. My unease drove me back to the storage locker. The logbooks of my predecessors were stacked in a neat pile, their canvas covers faded and stained. I was looking for something, anything. A connection to the past, a mention of my friend. I started with the most recent logbook and began working my way back through the years, through different names and different styles of handwriting. I read about fires and storms, about supply shortages and animal sightings. I saw the slow march of time recorded in daily weather entries. Then I found the logbook from 1973. The lookout's name was Thomas Miller. His entries were concise, professional. I flipped through the pages. The daily reports of wind speed and cloud cover becoming a monotonous blur, until I reached the entries for late August. The tone changed. Miller wrote of a dry lightning storm that had swept through the region. He reported multiple strikes. One of his entries gave me a jolt. August 22, 1973, multiple smokes spotted. Fire 37 near the eastern ridge is the big one. But the one at Bear Creek is moving fast. Wind is pushing it right up the slopes toward the tower. Told Jedidiah to stay put. He knows the drill. God help him. My breath caught in my throat. Jedidiah. He was there. It was real. A wave of relief washed over me, so potent it made me dizzy. He was a real person, with a history in this place. But my relief was short-lived. I turned the page. The next entry was dated August 23, 1973. The smoke is so thick I can't see the valley. The air tastes like ash. The ranger radio is chaos. They're calling the Bear Creek fire a firestorm. Unsurvivable, they said. No word from Jed. The radio is silent. The final entry in the book was a week later, August 30, 1973. They let me fly out today. They took me over Bear Creek. There's nothing left. Just a blackened clearing and a twisted steel stump, where the tower used to be. They're not even going to look for him. Nothing could have lived through that. It's all gone. I slammed the book shut, my hands trembling. A cold dread, heavy and suffocating, settled over me. It couldn't be. It was a coincidence. A different Jedidiah. It had to be. My Jed was warm, funny, alive. He talked about Johnny Cash and sunsets. He was my friend. Yesterday, a supply helicopter came. Its rhythmic whoomp, 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 a welcome intrusion of the modern world. The pilot was a young woman named Chloe, friendly and efficient. As she unloaded crates of canned goods and fresh water, I worked up my courage. Hey, I started, trying to sound casual. I've made a friend out here. An old timer named Jed, over at the Bear Creek Tower. When you fly back, could you give him a wave for me? Maybe drop him this note. I held out a small, sealed envelope containing a letter I'd written, full of jokes and observations I'd saved up for him. Chloe gave me a strange, pitying look. Bear Creek, she said, her brow furrowed in confusion. Arthur, there's no one at Bear Creek. That tower burned to the ground in a firestorm. Back in the 70s, I think, a lookout died inside. It was never rebuilt. The sound of the helicopter's blades faded into the vast blue sky, leaving behind a silence that was heavier and more profound than any I had ever known. It pressed in on me, a physical weight on my chest and in my ears. The note I had written for Jed was still in my hand, the paper now feeling flimsy and foolish. I stared at the envelope, at my own handwriting spelling out his name. It felt like an artifact from a different life, a life that had ended the moment Chloe spoke those words. That tower burned to the ground. A lookout died inside. My first reaction was a surge of angry denial. She was wrong. She had to be. A young pilot, probably new to the area, mixing up her local history. Bear Creek, Bear Mountain, Hemlock Butte. The names on the map could easily get jumbled. It was a simple mistake. A cruel, terrifying mistake. I clung to this explanation like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. I paced the small cabin, my boots thudding a frantic rhythm on the wooden floorboards. I went back to the logbook from 1973, my fingers tracing the final, grim entry from Thomas Miller. A different Jedidiah, I told myself. It was a common enough name back then. It had to be a coincidence. But the seed of doubt, once planted, had taken root. The small inconsistencies I had brushed aside now returned with horrifying clarity. Jed's comment about the Beatles. His unfamiliarity with anything from the last 50 years. My inability to see his tower through the binoculars. Each memory was another shovelful of dirt on a coffin. My carefully constructed reality was crumbling, and I was desperately trying to hold it together with logic that felt increasingly thin and brittle. I spent the afternoon in a state of feverish activity, doing anything to keep the silence at bay. I scrubbed the floor until my knuckles were raw. I reorganized the supply locker, stacking cans into perfect, gleaming pyramids. I polished the glass of the windows until the forest outside seemed unnervously sharp and clear. But no matter how much noise I made, I couldn't escape the echo of Chloe's voice. I couldn't escape the image from the logbook. A twisted steel stump in a blackened clearing. As the sun began its slow descent, the character of the light inside the cabin changed. The warm afternoon glow gave way to long, creeping shadows. The forest, my beautiful, tranquil kingdom, began to look sinister. Every swaying treetop seemed to be hiding something. Every dark patch of shade seemed to hold a waiting presence. The wind picked up, and the tower began its nightly symphony of groans and creaks. Sounds that had once been comforting now sounded like whispers of warning. The loneliness I had sought out, the solitude that had been my shield, had transformed into a weapon pointed directly at my own sanity. I was trapped in a glass cage, 70 feet in the air, with a truth I could no longer deny. The silence was the worst part. It was no longer a peaceful absence of sound. It was a living, breathing entity. It pulsed in the air around me, filled with unspoken dread. And in the heart of that silence was the memory of a voice. Jed's voice. Warm, friendly, and sane. A voice that had become my lifeline. The thought of never hearing it again was a new kind of terror. A desolation that felt colder and darker than any grave. My eyes were drawn to the corner where the old radio sat. It looked different now. Not a charming relic, but something ominous, an oracle of the damned. To crank its handle felt like an act of madness. To reach out into the static, knowing what I now knew, was to invite the abyss into my home. But to not crank it, to sit here alone in this crushing, absolute silence, night after night for the rest of the season, that felt like a slower, more certain kind of death. My hands were shaking as I knelt on the floor. I picked up the microphone, its plastic slick with my sweat. I placed my other hand on the crank. For a long moment, I just stayed there, frozen, caught between two impossible choices. Then, with a ragged breath, I began to turn. The familiar, protesting whine of the gears filled the room. The static hissed to life, a sound that was both terrifying and, to my horror, a relief. It was the sound of potential, the sound of not being alone. I cranked faster, my heart pounding in time with the rhythm. "Jed," I whispered into the microphone, my voice cracking. "Jed, are you there?" A static hissed and popped. And then, as clear as if he were standing beside me, his voice came through. "Arthur, good to hear you, friend. I was getting worried. It's getting dark." A sob of relief and terror escaped my lips. He was real. Or something was. "Jed," I said, my voice trembling uncontrollably. The supply pilot was here. She told me something. "Oh." Jed's voice was calm, patient. The same voice that had described sunsets and told stories of bears. Supply day is always a good day. Hope she brought you something tasty. She said the Bear Creek Tower is gone, Jed. I forced the words out, hot tears streaming down my face. She said it burned down. A long time ago. In 1973. The silence that followed was different. It wasn't the empty hiss of the airwaves. It was a listening silence. A waiting silence. She told you that, did she? Jed said finally. His tone had changed. The warmth was gone. Replaced by something hollow, something ancient and wary. Yes, I suppose it did. It was a firestorm. You can't imagine the heat, Arthur. It turns the sky orange and boils the sap in the trees. It takes your breath away. She said the lookout died. I choked out. Deed. The voice on the radio gave a dry, rustling laugh that sounded like dead leaves skittering across pavement. Deeing is quick, Arthur. It's the after that takes forever. It's the quiet. The dark. For 50 years, there's been nothing but the wind. No one to talk to. No one to watch the sunset with. The silence, it's so much worse than the fire. A cold that had nothing to do with the night air seeped into my bones. I couldn't move. I could only listen. But then I heard you, Arthur. The voice continued, a new, eager intensity creeping into it. Cranking the handle. A new friend. You won't leave me alone in the dark, will you? We have to look out for each other. That's what friends do. The pilot left an hour ago. The sun has set, leaving only a faint, blood-red smear on the western horizon. The cabin is dark, save for the faint glow of the radio's dial. And I'm cranking the handle, my arm aching, my soul gone cold. I'm talking to my friend Jed. I'm telling him about the stars, about the shape of the clouds, about the sound of the wind. Because the silence is so much scarier than the alternative. My name is Julian Thorne. For the past 3 months, I have been the sole occupant of the Ironwood Peak Fire Lookout Tower, a 70-foot steel skeleton capped with a 14 by 14-foot room situated deep within the sprawling forests of Oregon. My official duty, as per the Forestry Service Manual, is to be the vigilant eye, the first line of defense against the ever-present threat of wildfire. I am here to watch the trees, to scan the endless sea of green and brown for the first tail wisp of smoke, and to report it with calm, detached precision. That is the official reason. The unofficial reason, the one I whisper to myself in the dead of night, when the wind howls and rattles the window panes, is that I am in exile. An exile of my own making. I came here to escape the ghost of a life I no longer recognized. Her name was Clara, and for 5 years, she had been the architect of my world. When she left, she took the blueprints with her. The breakup wasn't a dramatic, explosive affair. It was worse. It was a quiet, slow erosion, culminating in a single, devastating sentence that has echoed in my mind ever since. I don't think you even know who you are. Julian. She wasn't wrong. In the aftermath, I looked in the mirror and saw a stranger. A collection of habits and routines built around another person. The silence in our apartment was deafening. Every empty space a monument to what I had lost. So I ran. I applied for the most remote, isolated job I could find. A position that promised nothing but solitude, and a view that stretched to the curve of the earth. I thought if I could just get far enough away from everything I knew, I might be able to hear my own thoughts again, to find whatever part of me was left. The first few weeks were a brutal adjustment. The loneliness I had craved became a physical presence. a heavy blanket that smothered me day and night. The silence was not peaceful. It was a void filled only by the creak of the tower, the sigh of the wind, and the frantic beating of my own heart. I developed a rigid routine to keep from going mad. Wake at dawn, brew coffee, scan the horizon quadrant by quadrant with the Osborne Fire Funder, log the weather conditions, read, cook, clean, scan again, sleep. It was a monotonous loop, a shield against the crushing weight of my own mind. I started talking to myself, not just muttering under my breath, but having full-blown conversations. I'd debate the merits of different types of wood for a campfire I would never build, or narrate my cooking process as if I were hosting a television show for an audience of squirrels. It was a coping mechanism, a way to fill the silence. It felt harmless, if a little pathetic. The change began about a month ago, on an evening thick with the promise of rain. The sun had set, plunging the world into a deep, bruised purple, and the storm clouds were rolling in from the west. I was standing by the large plate, glass window on the north side of the cabin, watching the distant, silent flicker of lightning. The interior lights were on, turning the glass into a perfect, dark mirror. I saw my reflection, of course. A tired-looking man in his late 20s, with a scruff of a beard and hollows under his eyes. I was thinking about Clara, wondering what she was doing, if she ever thought of me. "You need to let her go," a voice said. It wasn't out loud. It was in my head, but it wasn't my thought. It was clearer, more resolute than anything my own mind had produced in months. I blinked, and my reflection in the window seemed to nod, its expression firm. I shook my head, dismissing it as a trick of the light, a symptom of profound isolation, a waking dream. But it happened again the next day. I was struggling to pinpoint the location of a heat signature I detected on the thermal imaging map, my mind foggy with fatigue. "Check the ridge to the east of Black Creek," the voice advised, calm and certain. "The wind patterns create a blind spot there." I followed the suggestion, and there it was, a small, nascent plume of smoke, almost invisible against the rocky terrain. I radioed it in, my report clear and concise, my hands steady. My supervisor, a gruff but fair man named Henderson, praised my sharpness over the radio. "Good catch, Thorne. That one could have gotten ugly." I didn't tell him it wasn't my catch. My reflection, or the voice I associated with it, became my silent partner. It was the better version of me. It was the Julian I had always wanted to be: sharp, focused, and decisive. It never got lost in daydreams or wallowed in self-pity. It was the perfect lookout. When I was tired, it kept watch. When I was unsure, it gave advice. It helped me organize the supply logs, reminded me to check the battery levels on the radio, and even offered critiques on my cooking. The loneliness that had been my tormentor began to recede, replaced by a strange sense of companionship. We were a team. For a while, it was good. I felt more competent, more in control than I had in years. I was sleeping better. I stopped having the recurring nightmare where I'd find our old apartment empty, except for a single, wilting flower on the windowsill. I was finally getting my head straight, or so I thought. The shift was subtle at first. The voice, which had once felt like an extension of my own subconscious, began to feel separate. It developed a distinct personality. It was confident, yes, but also arrogant. It started to sound less like a helpful guide and more like a critic. "You missed a spot when you were cleaning the solar panels," it would point out. "That kind of carelessness is how accidents happen." You're slouching again, Julian. No wonder Clara thought you lacked ambition. The comments were small, cutting remarks that chipped away at my fragile, newly built confidence. My reflection in the glass seemed to change too. While I felt myself becoming more worn down, more tired, its image grew sharper. Its eyes seemed clearer, its posture more erect. It looked more real than I felt. Last night was the turning point. A dense fog had enveloped the tower, reducing the world to a swirling gray void. The air was cold and damp, and a profound sense of dread had settled over me. I couldn't see 10 feet past the windows. I felt useless, a blind king on a throne in the clouds. I was staring into the glass, my own face a pale, blurry mask against the churning fog. "You're tired, Julian," it said. The voice in my head was smooth, almost seductive. Its face in the window was perfectly in focus, its eyes glinting with an intelligence that felt alien. "You've been working so hard. You're not cut out for this kind of pressure. You're weak. Shut up," I whispered, my breath fogging the glass and obscuring its face for a moment. "You know I'm right," it continued, its image reappearing as the condensation cleared. "You're falling apart. Look at yourself. You're a mess. Why don't you let me take over for a while? Just for tonight. You can rest. I can handle it. I'm better at this than you are." A cold terror, colder than the fog outside, washed over me. This wasn't just my imagination anymore. This was something else. Something wrong. "Go away," I said, my voice trembling. "Leave me alone." My reflection smiled. It was a slow, cruel curve of the lips that I had never made in my life. Its eyes were dark and empty. "I can't," it said, its voice a triumphant whisper in the echo chamber of my skull. "We're in the same room." The silence that followed its words was more terrifying than any scream. "We're in the same room." The statement hung in the cold, foggy air, an undeniable, horrifying truth. I scrambled backward, my boots stumbling over a loose floorboard, and fell hard against the central mapping table. The impact sent a jolt of pain up my spine, but it was nothing compared to the icy dread flooding my veins. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. In the window, its smile widened. It was still my face, but the expression was one of triumphant cruelty. It was a predator that had finally cornered its prey. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner furthest from the windows, a wool blanket pulled up to my chin, my back pressed against the cold, solid wood of a supply cabinet. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every creak of the tower, every gust of wind that moaned past the glass, was its footstep, its whisper. I kept my eyes shut tight, but I could still see its face, that sharp, focused visage, burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The voice in my head was silent now, but that was somehow worse. It was watching me, I knew. Waiting. When the first gray light of dawn finally seeped through the fog, it brought no relief. It only meant the night was over and the day, with its endless cycle of vigilance, had begun. I forced myself to move, my limbs stiff and aching. I avoided looking at the windows. I kept my gaze fixed on the floor, on the instruments, on my own trembling hands. I made coffee, the familiar ritual, a flimsy shield against the encroaching madness. As I poured the hot water, I caught a glimpse of myself in the reflective metal of the kettle. A dark, distorted shape. For a heart-stopping second, I thought I saw it sneer. But I slammed the kettle down before I could be sure. It was everywhere. Every surface that could hold an image became a source of terror. The screen of my phone, a puddle of spilled water on the floor, the blade of a knife, The dark lens of the binoculars. It was there, lurking just at the edge of my vision, a silent, mocking observer. I began to cover things. I draped a towel over the main window, where it had first appeared so vividly. I turned my phone face down. I ate my meals out of the pot to avoid using a plate. Hiding, Julian. The voice returned that afternoon, dripping with contempt. I was trying to read, my eyes scanning the same page over and over without absorbing a single word. That's what you do best, isn't it? Run and hide. You ran from your life. You ran from Clara. Now you're hiding from me. You're a coward. You're not real. I choked out, the words feeling thin and powerless. I'm more real than you are. It retorted instantly. I am the part of you that isn't afraid. I am the part that gets things done. While you were crying about a girl who never respected you, I was the one who spotted the Black Creek fire. I am the one keeping us alive. My daily radio check in with Henderson was an ordeal. I had to force my voice to sound steady, to deliver the weather report without a tremor. Everything all right up there, Thorne? Henderson asked, his voice crackling over the speaker. You sound a bit off. Just fine, Henderson. I lied, my knuckles white as I gripped the microphone. Fog's finally lifting. Visibility is clearing up. Good to hear. Keep your eyes peeled. We've got red flag conditions moving in tomorrow. High winds, low humidity. A bad combination. As I signed off, the voice snickered in my head. He can hear it, you know. The weakness in your voice. He thinks you're cracking. And you are? The next day, the red flag warnings proved accurate. The wind picked up, howling around the tower like a pack of wolves. The sky was a harsh, cloudless blue, and the air was dry as bone. It was a day primed for disaster. I was on high alert, my body thrumming with a mixture of professional duty and raw fear. I forced myself to pull the towel from the main window, knowing I needed every possible vantage point. As I stared out, my eyes scanning the horizon, it appeared in the glass, its expression serious, professional. There, it said, its voice devoid of the usual mockery. Sector Gamma 7. Do you see it? I followed its gaze, my own eyes straining. I saw nothing but the endless green canopy, swaying violently in the wind. There's nothing there. Look closer, you fool. It snapped. Behind the granite outcropping, a thin wisp of smoke. Pale gray, hard to see against the rock. I grabbed the binoculars, my hands slick with sweat, and focused on the area it had indicated. I scanned back and forth, my heart pounding. Nothing. Not a trace of smoke. Just trees and rock and wind. You're lying, I whispered. Am I? It replied smoothly. Or are your eyes just failing you? Are you so lost in your own fear that you can't do the one job you're here for? Henderson is expecting a call, Julian. Are you going to let a whole forest burn down because you're too scared to trust me? A wave of nausea and confusion washed over me. What if it was right? What if I was so compromised by stress and lack of sleep that I was missing it? The thought of that responsibility, of failing so catastrophically, was unbearable. I reached for the radio, my finger hovering over the transmit button. But then, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Not in Sector Gamma 7, but far to the west in Sector Beta 4. It was a dark, thick plume of smoke, billowing up from the valley floor. A real fire, a bad one. It was exactly where the wind would be strongest. You tried to trick me, I said, a new kind of cold fury cutting through my fear. I turned from the window and grabbed the radio, my voice clear and steady as I reported the real fire's location. The voice was silent for a long time after that. As I coordinated with Henderson, relaying coordinates and observing the fire's behavior, I felt a surge of my old self return. I was competent. I was in control. The thing in the glass had tried to sabotage me, and it had failed. The victory was short-lived. That night, as I watched the distant orange glow of the fire against the dark mountains, it returned. Its face in the glass was no longer smiling or sneering. It was cold, impassive, and filled with a chilling hatred. "That was a mistake, Julian," it said, its voice flat and deadly. "I was testing you, trying to see if you still had any spine left. You proved you do. And you proved you're a threat." "A threat to what?" I shot back, emboldened by my earlier success. "To a ghost in a window." "I am not a ghost," it hissed, its image seeming to darken, to solidify. "I am your replacement. Nature requires the strong to supplant the weak. You are weak. You are flawed. You are a draft that needs to be discarded. I am the final version." The next morning, I woke up on the floor with a throbbing headache. I had no memory of getting out of my cot. The first thing I saw was the radio. It was in pieces on the floor, its casing shattered, wires torn out like entrails. My blood ran cold. I didn't do that. I would never do that. I looked at my hands. My knuckles were bruised and scraped. Panic seized me. I scrambled to my feet and looked around the room. Everything was subtly wrong. My logbook was open on the table, but to a fresh page. Scrawled across it, in handwriting that was an unnervingly perfect, controlled version of my own, was a single sentence. "The first step is to cut off the outside world." My breath hitched. It had been in control. While I was sleeping, or unconscious, it had been out. It had moved with my body, used my hands. The room, which had been my sanctuary and my prison, suddenly felt like a cage with the predator that was already inside me. I stumbled to the window and stared at my reflection. It looked back at me, its expression calm and serene. It raised a hand, and to my absolute horror, I watched my own hand, bruised knuckles and all, rise to mimic the gesture. It smiled its slow, cruel smile. "Our turn now," it said in my head. The war had begun. Not a war against wildfire or loneliness, but a war for my own mind and body. "Weh," was the word it used, and I quickly came to understand its horrifying meaning. The periods where I lost control grew longer. I became a prisoner behind my own eyes, watching helplessly as my hands moved with its intent. It didn't move with frenzy, but with a cold, methodical purpose. It examined the equipment in the tower, not to maintain it, but to learn its weaknesses. It flipped through the operational manuals, reading with a focused intensity. It was studying every aspect of this prison, and me, its sole inmate. "What are you doing?" I screamed into its thoughts, as I watched my own hand slowly undoing the latch on one of the windows. "Preparing," its voice came back calm. "Winter is coming. This tower is not strong enough. We must test its weaknesses." I fought back. I tried to regain control. I tried to picture Clara's face, not out of longing, but as an anchor to myself. Remember how she laughed when we tried to make pasta for the first time? I projected with all my might. "I remember." It replied instantly, twisting the memory. "She was laughing at you, not with you. She always saw you as pathetic. A boy playing at being a man. I am what she wanted. Someone capable and decisive. It weaponized my memories against me. Every happy moment was tainted with the poison of doubt and self-loathing. I was getting weaker. The line between my thoughts and its thoughts began to blur. The sabotage was slow but steady. One day, I woke to find the reserve rainwater tank had been left open, the precious fresh water drained away. Another day. The canned food supplies had been rearranged into strange, unsettling patterns. It wasn't destroying everything at once. It was a gradual attrition, weakening me, making me more dependent. It was starving me, physically and mentally. The breaking point came on a quiet afternoon. I was at the table, trying to spoon cold soup into my mouth with a trembling hand. As I lifted the spoon, I saw my reflection in its curved metal. Distorted and elongated, but the eyes were clear, and they were staring back at me with a look of triumph. In that instant, everything became clear. It wasn't just a voice in my head. It wasn't a hallucination born of isolation. It was the reflection. It needed a surface. It needed a mirror to confirm its existence, to separate itself from me. That was where its power came from. No, I whispered, the breath catching in my throat. Yes, it replied, amused. You finally understand. But it's too late. But it wasn't. A desperate strength erupted inside me. It was a pure, primal rage, more powerful than any fear I had ever known. I dropped the spoon with a clatter. I wasn't going to fight it in my mind anymore. I was going to destroy its world. I was going to destroy everything that gave it form. I grabbed the heavy wooden observation chair. I swung it with all my might, first at the clock on the wall. The sound of shattering glass echoed in the small room. The hands bent and stopped. No more time. I yelled. It screamed in my head, a shriek of rage and pain. I could feel it trying to restrain my arms, but my fury was stronger. I turned to the brass compass on the map table, smashing it until the glass cover was dust.
"Stop it, you fool!"
It roared. "You're destroying us both." "There is no us," I screamed back. The phone screen, the thermal imager, the lenses of the binoculars. Anything that could cast a reflection became my target. I moved through the room in a frenzy, a systematic rampage of destruction. The sound was a symphony of shattering glass, bending metal, and the screaming in my own skull. The tower, my sanctuary, was now a battlefield of wreckage. Finally, there was only one thing left. The large north window, the one where it all began, the one where it first appeared. I turned to face it. My reflection stood there, amidst the ruin, its face twisted with hate, yet still unnervingly sharp and composed. "You can only break things, Julian," it said, its voice cold and dangerous. "You can't break me. I am you." "You are not me," I said through gritted teeth. I raised the chair high, ready for the final swing. It fought me with everything it had this time. I felt my body being torn in two, my muscles straining as one part of me tried to swing the chair forward, while the other tried to hold it back. I let out a raw, guttural scream from my own lungs, a sound of pure agony and defiance. With one last, convulsive effort, I threw the chair. It flew across the room and struck the center of the window pane. The sound wasn't a shatter. It was a deafening explosion. The entire steel frame of the tower shuddered. The great window blew outward, 1,000 shards of glass glittering in the afternoon light before raining down into the forest below. And then, silence. Not the empty, oppressive silence from before, but a true, profound quiet. The voice in my head was gone. Not faded, but instantly extinguished, like a candle flame in the wind. I stood in the center of the room, panting, drenched in sweat. I reached for it with my mind, searching for any remnant of its vile presence, but there was nothing. Only my own thoughts, battered and exhausted, but mine. The wind howled through the gaping, shattered hole where the window had been, carrying the scent of smoke and pine. I stumbled to the broken edge. I looked down at my hands. The scrapes and bruises were still there, but when I raised them, they moved on my command alone. I looked out. No reflection stared back, only reality, and reality was terrifying. The wildfire I had reported days ago had now crested the nearby ridge. A massive, orange wall of flame was moving inexorably through the forest, the fire licking at the sky, sending black ash into the air. My tower was wrecked, my radio was destroyed, and the world outside was burning. I was well and truly alone now. I had no idea how I would get out of this, or what would happen next. But as I stood there, watching the encroaching destruction, I felt something I hadn't felt before. Peace. I was broken and shattered, but I was free. I may have been a coward who ran from his life, but I had finally stopped running. My name is Michael Henderson. This journal is intended to be an official record of my service as a fire lookout for the U.S. Forest Service, stationed at the Oak Ridge Lookout Tower in the Umpqua National Forest, Oregon. However, I suspect it will become something more personal. I need a place to anchor my thoughts. The official reason for my posting, as stated in my application, was a lifelong passion for nature and a desire to contribute to the conservation of our nation's wildlands. That's not untrue, but it is an incomplete truth. The full truth is that I was running. I needed to escape the city, Portland, to be exact. I needed to get away from the relentless pressure of my previous career in finance, the constant expectation to be connected, to be available, to be on. More than that, I needed to get away from the noise. Not just the traffic and the sirens, but the noise of people, of parties, of forced laughter in crowded bars, and the echoing silence in my apartment after a tragic loss hollowed out my life 6 months ago. I craved a silence so profound it would deepen the memories. I wanted peace, even if it was the peace of absolute isolation. This job, a small box perched on stilts, miles from any paved road, seemed like the perfect prescription. August 5th, the journey itself was a form of decompression. The highways gave way to state roads, which narrowed into county lanes, and finally, a winding, rutted dirt track that seemed determined to shake the city out of my bones. My supervisor, a grizzled man named Frank, with a handshake grip, met me at the trailhead. He drove me the last few miles in a battered Forest Service pickup. "She's all yours," he said, gesturing up at the tower. It stood on 4 thick wooden legs, a single room with glass windows on all sides, 100 feet above the sea of green. It looked both impossibly fragile and utterly indomitable. Radio in every morning and every evening. Keep your eyes peeled. That's the job. He gave me a brisk tour of the small cabin, pointed out the cistern for water, the propane tanks for the stove, and the solar panels that powered the radio. Then, with a final nod, he was gone. The sound of his truck's engine swallowed by the forest, until all that was left was the wind. The silence I had craved was finally here, and it was overwhelming. It wasn't empty, it was full, a living presence made of the rustle of a billion leaves, the distant cry of a hawk, and the low hum of the wind against the tower's support cables. It was, as I'd hoped, almost loud. That first night, I felt a sense of security I hadn't experienced in years. The tower felt solid, a fortress against the world. I was a king in my tiny castle in the sky. August 8th, 3 days of paradise. I've settled into a routine wake with the sun. Scan the horizon with the Osborne firefinder. log the weather read, explore the immediate area around the tower, and scan the horizon again. The vistas are breathtaking. Mount Thielsen and Mount Bailey pierce the sky to the east, their peaks still holding onto patches of stubborn snow. The forest stretches out in every direction, a rolling carpet of Douglas fir, cedar, and pine. But today something shifted. It's a feeling I can't quite name. A subtle discord in the symphony of the wilderness. I keep getting the sense that I'm being watched. It's not the feeling of a deer or a bear stumbling across my path. I've seen plenty of wildlife, and their curiosity is palpable but benign. This is different. It's a cold, calculating feeling, the kind you get when you're walking down a dark city street. And you know, without turning around, that someone is following you. I've scanned the tree line with my binoculars a dozen times. Nothing. It's probably just my city nerves, still raw and frayed, projecting old anxieties onto this new, silent world. The mind plays tricks in isolation. That's what Frank said. August 12th, my city nerves are not responsible for this. I woke before dawn, a habit I'm falling into, and made my way down the 143 steps of the tower's ladder to use the outhouse. In the gray, pre-dawn light, I saw it. At the base of the ladder, arranged on the packed earth, was a pile of stones. They weren't just a pile, they were arranged in a perfect, tight spiral, starting with a small pebble and circling outwards to stones the size of my fist. The rocks were dark river stones, smooth and gray, completely different from the reddish, broken rock of the surrounding soil. The nearest creek is over a mile away. My blood ran cold. I didn't put them there. A hiker? Unlikely. They would have had to leave the main trail and hike for hours to get here. All to leave a strange piece of rock art at the base of my tower in the middle of the night. A prank by one of the other rangers. I'm the only one stationed in this entire quadrant of the forest. I took a photo with my phone, my hands shaking slightly. Then, with a sense of being watched, that was more intense than ever, I kicked the spiral apart, scattering the stones into the undergrowth. The act felt both childish and necessary, a small defiance against an unseen intruder. All day, the forest has felt different. The trees seem to press in closer. The silence feels less like peace and more like a held breath. August 15th. The radio has been acting up for the last 2 nights. It's my lifeline, my only real connection to another human being. During the day, it's mostly fine, though sometimes Frank's voice crackles with more static than usual. But at night, it's another story. After my 9 p.m. sign off, I've been leaving it on, the volume low for the company. Through the steady hiss of static, I've started to hear something else. It's not music or another station bleeding through. It's whispers. Faint, layered sounds, like the sibilant hisses of snakes or the dry rustle of leaves, but with a cadence that feels almost linguistic. I can't make out any words, but the feeling they convey is unmistakable malice. It's an angry, guttural sound that prickles the hairs on my arms. I mentioned it to Frank during my morning call. He had dispatch run a diagnostic. The signal is crystal clear on their end. Probably just atmospheric interference, he said, his voice maddeningly calm. Happens all the time up there. But it doesn't sound like interference. It sounds like it's coming from inside the radio. August 19th, I saw someone. It was late afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across the valleys. I was doing my hourly sweep with the binoculars when I caught a flash of movement at the tree line, maybe half a mile west. It wasn't an animal. It moved too quickly, and it was upright. It was there for a second, a dark shape darting between two ancient firs, and then it was gone. "Hello," I yelled, my voice sounding thin and weak in the vastness. I grabbed the radio handset, my heart pounding. "Oak Ridge to dispatch." "Over." Frank's voice came back steady as ever. "Go ahead, Oak Ridge. I think I just saw a person near my position, west of the tower. An unauthorized hiker, maybe." A pause. "Copy that. No permits issued for that area. You sure it wasn't a bear?" "No, it was on two legs. It was fast." "All right, son. Keep your eyes open. Probably just a backpacker who's lost their way. They'll find the trail eventually." But it didn't feel like a lost backpacker. The movement was too fluid, too purposeful. I spent the rest of the daylight hours scanning that spot, but saw nothing. The family in the small, designated campsite about 3 miles down the road. The only other souls I knew were out here, packed up and left yesterday, a day earlier than they'd planned. I watched their minivan kick up dust on the dirt road until it disappeared. I'm completely alone now. The thought used to bring me comfort. Now it brings a spike of pure terror. Tonight, the silence is the enemy. August 20th, it knows my name. I left the radio on again last night, a foolish, desperate need for some semblance of human contact, even if it was just static. I must have drifted off to sleep in my chair. I woke up suddenly, the cabin pitch black, the moon hidden by clouds. The hissing from the radio was louder, and underneath it, the whispering was clearer. It was forming a single word. My name, Michael. It was a dry, rasping sound like vocal cords made of dead leaves. Michael. Over and over, a distorted looping litany. It wasn't Frank's voice. It wasn't human. I lunged for the radio and switched it off, plunging the room into absolute, terrifying silence. I sat there in the dark for an hour, frozen, listening to the frantic beat of my own heart. The sun is up now, but the fear from last night hasn't faded. It's settled deep in my bones. This isn't my mind playing tricks. This isn't the wind. Something is out there, and it's calling for me. August 21st sleep did not come last night. How could it? After switching off the radio, I spent the rest of the night huddled in my chair. A heavy maglite clutched in my hand, my ears straining against the silence. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. Every creak of the tower was a footstep on the stairs. The sun rose with agonizing slowness, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink that felt like a mockery of the darkness that had taken root in my mind. I have to be losing it. That's the only rational explanation. Isolation-induced paranoia, auditory hallucinations. I've read the training manuals. It happens. But the memory of that voice, dry, ancient, and full of a chilling intimacy, feels too real to be a simple trick of the mind. It felt like it was spoken not through the radio speaker, but directly into my skull. My 8 a.m. radio call with Frank was a study in forced composure. I kept my voice steady, my report on the weather conditions concise and professional. I didn't mention the whispers. How could I? "Hey Frank, by the way, I think a ghost is trying to contact me through the government," issued radio. I could already hear his dismissive chuckle. He'd chalk it up to a cabin fever and tell me to get a grip. For the first time, the thought of being pulled from this post wasn't a failure, but a desperate, tantalizing fantasy. But I couldn't ask. Not yet. I couldn't admit that the silence I'd solely craved had been broken by something far worse than the noise I'd fled. All day, I've been a prisoner in my glass cage. I haven't dared to descend the ladder. The outhouse can wait. The idea of being on the ground, exposed and vulnerable, is unthinkable. The forest floor, once a source of peace, now feels like the domain of whatever I saw at the tree line. Whatever left the spiral of stones. I've scanned the perimeter with my binoculars until my eyes burned, searching for any sign of movement, any anomaly. I've seen nothing but the endless, indifferent sway of the trees. As dusk fell, a thick, unnatural fog rolled in, blanketing the valleys and rising, until the tower was an island in a sea of gray. The world beyond my windows has vanished. I am suspended in nothingness. The silence is back, heavier and more menacing than before. It feels like the silence of a predator that has stopped stalking its prey because it knows it's already trapped. I've barricaded the trapdoor to the catwalk with my footlocker. A pathetic gesture, I know. But it's all I can do. Then the noise started. It's not coming from the radio, which I've left cold and silent. It's coming from outside. A scratching sound. It began at the base of the tower, faint at first. A rhythmic scrape, 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 against one of the thick wooden support legs. I thought it might be a porcupine or a bear sharpening its claws. But the sound is moving. It's ascending. It's working its way up the tower leg with a slow, deliberate rhythm. The sound is sharp, like metal on wood, or fingernails of incredible length and hardness. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It's on the second set of cross braces now, maybe 40 feet up. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. No animal climbs like this. Not with this methodical, relentless patience. It's been going on for an hour. The sound is getting closer, louder. It's climbing. It wants to get in. I have to see what it is. The not knowing is worse than any possible reality. My hands are slick with sweat as I pick up the heavy 4-cell mag light. I creep to the west, facing window, the direction of the sound. The fog outside is a swirling, opaque wall, illuminated only by the faint glow from my single lantern. I press the button on the flashlight. A powerful, focused beam cuts through the gloom. I shine it down, tracing the massive leg of the tower into the abyss of fog. And then I see it. For a moment, my brain refuses to process the image. It was not a bear. It was long, impossibly thin and pale, its limbs moving with a jerky, insect-like motion. It clung to the wooden beam, its body contorting at an unnatural angle. I couldn't see a face, only a tangle of what looked like dark, wet hair hanging down. Its limbs were the source of the sound, ending in something that caught the light, something that dug into the wood as it pulled its grotesque body upwards. It was skeletal, emaciated, but it moved with a terrifying strength. As my light hit it, it paused. Its head, a pale oval in the darkness, slowly began to turn upwards. I screamed and scrambled back, dropping the flashlight. It rolled across the floor, its beam spinning wildly, before coming to rest pointed at the ceiling. I'm huddled in the corner now, my back pressed against the cold wall, listening. The scratching has stopped, but the silence that has replaced it is 1,000 times worse. It's up here. It's on my level. It's on the catwalk, just outside the door. August 22nd. The sun burned the fog away this morning. I've never been so grateful to see the light. I waited until the sun was high in the sky before I dared to move the footlocker and open the trapdoor. The air was still and cold. Cautiously, I climbed onto the catwalk that encircles the cabin. The evidence is undeniable. On the wooden leg on the west side, starting from the ground and spiraling all the way up, are deep, thin gouges in the wood. They look like they were carved with a steel tool. No bear could make these marks. No cougar. I touched one of the gouges. It was deep, the wood inside raw and splintered. My stomach churned, and on the catwalk, directly in front of the trapdoor, was another spiral. Not of stones this time, but of small, yellowed objects. It took me a moment to recognize them. Teeth. Animal teeth from squirrels or rabbits, arranged in the same perfect, sickening spiral as the stones. That was it. I scrambled back inside, my hands shaking so violently I could barely work the radio. "Frank, you have to get me out of here," I blurted out as soon as he answered. "Michael, what's wrong? You sound spooked." I told him everything, the words tumbling out of me in a frantic, incoherent rush. The whispers, the name, the thing climbing the tower, the gouges, the spiral of teeth. I sounded like a lunatic, and I knew it. There was a long, wary sigh on the other end of the line. "Son, you've been up there for almost 3 weeks. The isolation plays tricks on you. You're probably not sleeping well. Your mind is creating things."
The gouges are real, Frank? I'm looking at them right now.
"Something was trying to get in here last night. A bear, Michael. A big one. They get curious. They can climb better than you think. As for the other stuff, you need to get some rest. Turn the radio off at night. Read a book. Don't let your imagination run away with you. We can't pull a man off a tower because he saw a shadow." He didn't believe me. He thought I was hysterical. The call ended with him promising to check in later. His tone the one you'd use with a child who'd just had a nightmare. The click of the radio felt like a door slamming shut, locking me in. I was utterly, completely on my own. Desperate, I began to tear the cabin apart. Not in a rage, but with a methodical purpose. Someone must have seen something before. This can't be the first time. I checked the logbooks, but they were clean, professional. I checked the cupboards, under the bunk, behind the stove. Nothing. Then my eyes fell on a floorboard near the wall under the bunk. It was slightly darker than the others, and the nail heads looked newer. I pried at it with my knife. It came loose. Underneath, wrapped in oilcloth, was a small, leather-bound journal. Its pages warped and stained by moisture. The handwriting was a frantic scrawl. I flipped through the pages, my blood turning to ice. July 10th. Feel like I'm being watched. The woods are too quiet. July 14th. Found a pile of bones at the bottom of the ladder, arranged in a circle. Frank says it's just kids. July 22nd. The radio whispers. It knows things about me. Things no one should know. July 28th. It's climbing the tower at night. I can hear it scratching. I saw it in the fog. Tall, thin. God, oh God. The way it moves. The final entry was dated August 1st, just 4 days before I arrived. The handwriting was barely legible, the pen having dug into the paper. I can hear it walking. It's not trying to get in anymore. It's just waiting. It knows I have to come down eventually. It knows. As my eyes read the last word, a new sound began. Not from the legs of the tower. Not from the catwalk. It was a faint, rhythmic scratching sound. And it was coming from the wall of the cabin, right behind my head. August 23rd. My universe has shrunk to the space of a single, panicked breath. The scratching sound from behind the wall was the breaking point. The final, undeniable evidence that my sanity was not the issue. This is real. The journal of the man before me, James, was not a work of fiction. It was a prophecy. and I am living its final chapter. The scratching behind my head stopped as suddenly as it began, leaving a silence so profound it felt like the world was holding its breath. I remained frozen, my back pressed against the wall, every muscle screaming. My gaze was locked on the worn floorboards, the hidden journal lying open beside them. It's on the roof. I can hear it walking. It's just waiting. James was wrong. It wasn't just waiting. It had been busy. A new sound began. A soft, wet, tearing sound. It came from the same spot on the wall. I watched, paralyzed by a terror so absolute it felt like a physical weight, as a dark, vertical line appeared in the wood grain of the interior wall. It wasn't a crack. The wood was darkening with moisture, softening from the inside out. The tearing sound intensified, and with a faint splintering noise, something pushed through. It was a finger. Long, bone-white, and impossibly thin, like a bleached root. It was jointed in ways that felt fundamentally wrong, bending at an angle that no human digit could. At its tip was a long black, needle-sharp talon that glistened with some foul, dark liquid. The appendage twitched, probing the air in my cabin, questing feeling. It moved with a slow, deliberate curiosity that was more horrifying than any sudden attack. It was exploring my sanctuary. It was inside. That single, violating finger broke the spell of my paralysis. A guttural sob escaped my throat, and I scrambled away, crab, walking backward until I hit the opposite wall. The finger retracted, disappearing back into the wall as quickly as it had appeared. I am no longer safe here. This tower is not a fortress, it's a tomb. The creature hasn't just been climbing the outside. It's been burrowing into it, treating the 100-foot wooden structure as its nest, its larder. The walls that were meant to protect me are its home. The thought of it moving within the hollow spaces, just inches from me, a skeletal parasite in the body of my shelter, sent a wave of nausea through me. I have to get out. The idea of descending 143 steps into the darkness, onto the ground that this thing claims as its own, is terrifying. But staying here, waiting for more of those fingers to poke through the walls, for the ceiling to sag, for the floor to give way, is not an option. It is a death sentence. My mind raced, fueled by adrenaline. Frank wouldn't believe me. A rescue was not coming. I was on my own. I looked at my journal, this record of my descent into madness, and then at the oilcloth-wrapped journal of James. They were a testament, a warning. I stuffed both into my backpack, along with the mag light and a half-full canteen of water. My hands were shaking, but my purpose was clear. Survive. As I cinched the backpack tight, the sound started again. But it wasn't scratching this time. It was a voice. Not from the radio, but from the walls themselves. A low, wet, gurgling hum that vibrated through the floorboards. It was a song of sorts, a tuneless, morbid melody. And woven into it was my name, drawn out and distorted. Me, Chael. It was the same voice from the radio, but now it was all around me, seeping from the very structure of the tower. It was the creature's voice. It was singing to me. I lunged for the radio, my last, desperate act of defiance. I switched it on, cranking the volume to maximum. Mayday, mayday, mayday! I screamed into the handset, not even waiting for a reply. This is Oak Ridge Lookout. I am under attack. Something is in the tower. I am abandoning my post.
Mayday?
Static answered me. But through the hiss, I heard Frank's voice, distant and faint. Michael, what the hell is going on? Your signal is... His voice was cut off by a piercing squeal of feedback. The creature's song from the walls seemed to intensify. as if it were trying to drown out the radio, to sever my last connection to the human world. I threw the handset down. It was now or never. I grabbed the heavy fire axe from its bracket by the door, its weight a small comfort. I took one last look around the small cabin that had been my hope and was now my nightmare. Then I unbolted the footlocker, threw open the trapdoor, and plunged out onto the catwalk. The night air was cold and sharp. The fog was gone, and a billion stars glittered in the black sky, indifferent to my plight. The catwalk was empty. The spiral of teeth was gone. For a wild, insane moment, I felt a surge of hope. Maybe it was still inside. Maybe I could make it. I didn't hesitate. I scrambled over the railing and onto the top of the ladder, my boots finding the rungs with clumsy haste. Down. That was the only thought. Get down. I was maybe 20 feet down when I heard it. A slow, deliberate creak of the trapdoor opening above me. I froze. My body pressed against the cold steel of the ladder. I forced myself to look up. The trapdoor was fully open, a black square against the starlit sky. A figure was silhouetted within it, looking down at me. It was tall and skeletal, its long limbs unfolding as it lowered itself from the cabin. Then it leaned forward, and its face came into the faint starlight. My mind recoiled. It was a long, pale, oval shape, like a weathered stone. There were no eyes, only smooth, stretched skin where they should be. There was no nose, just two small, dark slits, and its mouth, a gaping black hole, was stretched wide in a silent scream, or a rictus of a smile. It was the face of absolute emptiness. It dropped from the catwalk, not to the ladder, but to the central support beam of the tower. It landed with a soft, wet thud, clinging the beam like a monstrous tree frog. Then it began to descend, its limbs moving with that same jerky, unnatural speed, its talons digging into the wood, keeping pace with me. It wasn't chasing me. It was hurting me. It was enjoying this. Panic shattered my resolve. I let go of any attempt at stealth and scrambled down the ladder, my hands burning on the rails, my feet slipping on the rungs. The creature flowed down the beam beside me, its silent, eyeless face always turned towards me, its lipless mouth stretched in that horrifying grin. I was near the bottom, maybe 30 feet from the ground, when my foot slipped. My backpack swung wide, and I heard a sickening thud as it hit the ladder. I felt the weight shift. I looked down and saw my journal, this journal, tumbling end over end, falling away into the darkness below. I have to let it go. I have to get to the ground. The creature has paused, its head cocked as if listening. It's 10 feet above me. I can smell it now, a scent of damp earth, of rot, and of something acrid, like ozone. I'm taking my flashlight. I'm going to jump the last 10 feet. I have to make it to the trees. If anyone finds this, tell my parents I tried to be brave.